Please welcome to the stage J.D. Weinstein, Head of VC Practice at Oracle, and Arif Hilali, Partner at Bain Capital Ventures.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Come on, we do better than that. I know we got to get mighty here. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, there's a shot to the heart of espresso.
Yes.
Well, welcome to AI Unleashed, powering the future of cutting-edge infrastructure. My name is J.D. Weinstein. I lead the global venture practice for Oracle, where we help startups scale with our enterprise connections, our global customer network, and our cloud solutions. And particularly, interestingly enough, we've been investing quite a bit in the compute build-out to power this next AI revolution, and working with you all to bring interesting, unique AI capabilities to market. So with that, I'm joined by Arif Hilali, partner at Bain Capital Ventures, who has invested in and around this space for quite some time. And I can guarantee you, you will learn something fascinating almost every time, I think every time you talk to Arif here.
Wow.
So, Arif.
I don't know about that, but it's wonderful to see you guys. I started out, just briefly, I started out as an entrepreneur, building a SaaS company, which I did for 6 years. And so I've been to SaaStr many times as an entrepreneur before, and it's great to be back now as an investor.
Great. And then before we start, it'd be awesome just to get a quick show of hands of who we've got in the room here. So entrepreneurs, we have some entrepreneurs, investors, any corporates that snuck in here? All right, oh, quite a few, awesome. And how about for those building SaaS companies? You're at the right conference, the right place. And then how many of you all have maybe built AI into your businesses today? Okay. I think that gives us a good summary. Anything else?
No, that's good.
We got you captured? All right. Well, I think the first question is really maybe for those of us running SaaS companies, why do we care about AI infrastructure?
Yeah, at a certain level, you don't need to care about infrastructure in the sense that it gets taken care of by other folks like Oracle. But in another sense, you really do, because AI is going to be a major component of your product. It's going to be how you compete, how you differentiate going forward, and how you manage the components of infrastructure and how you work with them is going to have a big impact on your product experience. And so while I feel as an app entrepreneur, you don't need a super detailed technical understanding. You do need to understand kind of like the core components, how they work together, and how to think about including them in your product.
Yeah, we certainly want to dive a bit deeper in that. So I'd love if we could just start by maybe if you could just define AI infrastructure and maybe the building blocks that go into it. How do we think about this maybe behind the scenes?
Yeah, sure. So under the covers, infrastructure is everything that is behind, let's say, a ChatGPT-like experience, which starts with the silicon chips or GPUs, typically from NVIDIA. Then there's the chips, the data centers. Obviously, there's a massive build-out going on right now. Then there are the models, which you'll have heard about GPT-4 or Claude from Anthropic or what have you. Then there's infrastructure around the models, doing things like helping you pick the right model, so model evaluation, or managing data to be fed into models, which would be data curation for LLMs. That's infrastructure around models. And then finally, just developer tools to build on top of the model.
Okay, so that's helpful. And then maybe further on with categories that we're seeing emerge within AI infrastructure?
I mean, the categories that we're seeing, things have actually evolved really well for people at the application layer, which is why as an investor, and I'm not alone in this, I'd say many investors now are super interested in AI-powered applications. And it's because of how things have played out for infrastructure. So the key things that have happened, number one, there's not just one model. There are multiple models, which means that you kind of have a choice and you can kind of shop between them. The models themselves, companies such as OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, have the resources to invest billions in training these models. So you have more and more powerful engines under the hood that you can use. Think of them as intelligence generators, are getting more and more powerful at no cost to you because you're not paying for the training. What you do pay for is what's called inference, which is every time you use the model, it's not free. You're using a GPU, there's electricity, there are actually hard dollar costs. And so companies pay usually per million tokens for every time they use it. And those prices for inference have massively plummeted this year. I mean, it started the year at, I'm not sure exactly, $40, $50 a million tokens. Now it's down to a couple of bucks. And what that means is you have more powerful models, more abundant intelligence, if you like, to build into your application that costs less every time you use it, which opens the door to you using it much more in your application to do things that previously apps just couldn't do.
Yeah, and it wasn't, 2 years ago, I'd say, when this craze started, a major topic was access to GPUs.
Yeah.
To be able to even train these models and to be able to inference them. As you suggested, it used to be that we had, of the market, give or take, 80% of the market was training models with 20% of them inferencing and people interacting with those models. And now it seems like it's just about flipped. And so a lot of that compute is going towards inference, which, as Arthur mentioned, the costs have dramatically come down. All of a sudden, it's democratized, right?
Yeah.
Like where a few players were really playing very big, now everybody has an opportunity to infuse AI in their business and use it in these interesting ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't obvious it would work out that way. If OpenAI were the only game in town, well, they could charge you a lot for using their model. But they're not. You also have Llama and Anthropic and a bunch of other things, and that makes it much more competitive, which means value moves up to the application layer potentially, which is where many folks at SaaStr are playing. So it's played out really well for people at the application level.
Now, that being said, it's still a massive market, this market of compute and this idea of access compute. So maybe you can just share, a little bit about the compute build-out, and are we seeing the productivity gains that are necessary to continue fueling this compute build-out? In other words, is the juice really worth the squeeze?
Yeah, I'll comment briefly on where we are in the cycle, and then I'd love your perspective on the build-out, because Oracle is actually building a lot of this stuff out.
Building some of it.
You have
yes.
first-hand experience of this. I mean, we're at the very early stages of this kind of AI platform shift or cycle. If you look at previous things, like when the internet came along, typically the infrastructure build-out precedes applications and all the stuff that comes on top of it. So, if folks are old enough here, you think back to the late 1990s, it was Cisco selling routers and switches that was the hot company because they were selling like hotcakes as the whole internet backbone was getting built out. But it wasn't until years later that Workday and Salesforce and Coupa and a whole generation of SaaS companies came along to build on top of that infrastructure. So there was a period of a few years where this was being built out. I mean, remember, in 2000, there were 50 million people on the internet. So people were spending billions at that point in the late 90s for 50 million people using this thing and that people weren't sure about. And so we're in a similar stage for that now, where there is this massive level of expenditure on everything from data centers to training models to all this stuff. We have not yet seen anywhere near what we will on the application level of people leveraging that. And I think the reason for that is that it just takes time to digest these things and figure out how to use them. I mean, again, looking at history, if you look at mobile, the iPhone came out in 2007. We didn't get the first really mobile native apps like Uber and Snapchat until 2009, 2010. So there's this kind of like 2-3 year period. So I feel like we're in that 2-3 year air pocket right now where the infrastructure is here and is coming and we can see what's going on, but it hasn't yet been fully digested. which in some ways is a good thing, because this infrastructure build-out is not trivial. I mean, it's really quite substantial. It would be great to hear just your first-hand experience of this at Oracle.
Sure, and I think that's right. It's still, people are building quite novel, interesting applications, or they're still playing around with this technology and sort of getting used to it. Obviously, we have loads and loads of companies that are taking advantage and trying to add value at different places in the stack. Maybe I could take a step back and give you a first-hand picture into how meaningful this compute build-out is and what that means. We, used to be, we had quite enough data centers to power a lot of the CPU and compute needs. And all of a sudden, the major friction point, even a couple of years ago, was these chipsets in the supply chain. So I'm sure everyone has heard and was familiar with that. In fact, today, it's really just, do we actually have enough raw physical power to do this? We have way more demand than we have power. And so we've bet big in investing heavily in the space. We've got 66 regions around the world. And in fact, there are other sovereigns that want to build out their own AI infrastructure data centers because they want to control proprietary data and how LLMs operate and other kinds of things. Just to give you the general rule of thumb, these AI infrastructure data centers, about 200 to 300 megawatts. 1 megawatt powers about 1,000 homes. And a good-ish rule of thumb is it's about $3 million to build out each megawatt. So you can do the math on how serious that is. We'll be scaling up now to gigawatt data centers. Our founder of the company I work with, Oracle, Larry, just announced publicly yesterday to a group of us that we're actually working in Europe, where we have secured some permits to use 3 small nuclear reactors to power a gigawatt data center across the pond. And so in order to take advantage of all the greatness and the AI capabilities that we're talking about that can be possible from inference, we've been kind of talking through inference, we still need to power all of this. So hopefully that gives you a broader level of picture. And the other thing is, like, what a time to be alive. If you had told me that 5 years ago, I would say you are freaking out of your mind. But here we are today.
Yep.
So maybe we can discuss, are there other major areas of AI infrastructure? We talked about training versus inference. Maybe just the competitiveness in the market. I know perhaps code generation, other things that may come up?
Yeah, I mean, every area is super competitive, which is great if you're a customer. CodeGen, I guess, is one example. CodeGen's a perfect kind of use case for these models. And the models are improving really quickly on this. The new OpenAI model, Strawberry, which will be released soon, I think, is another significant step forward. What we see in CodeGen is just like and this will repeat across different areas. You just have a handful of really great teams going after it, taking different approaches. So some are taking a kind of like vertically integrated approach of creating their own model, and we've partnered with a company, Poolside, started by Jason Werner, who was the CTO at GitHub that created GitHub Copilot, and that's their approach, where they're creating a model specifically around CodeGen. And then there are other people who are operating at a higher level of the stack, where they say, no, we'll just ride the rails of OpenAI and others and build a compelling developer experience on top of it. And Cursor might be one example of that. So I mean, I would expect this to repeat across different spaces. And I mean, I think it's great from an innovation perspective.
Great. By the way, I'm going to take a quick pause. We'll go through a couple other question sets here to dive a bit deeper in how it's relevant to you all building SaaS companies. But we will have some time at the end to answer questions. So be sure to maybe think through what we're not covering. Arif, can you talk about, so we have mostly a group of SaaS companies. We are at the conference SaaStr. We already asked the provocative question of like why you should care. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about what are efficient technical ways to build AI into the businesses that all of us are building today?
Well, I think the natural inclination would be to tack AI onto your existing product. And so, if you look at a product, lots of people use Notion. Notion will now have a co-pilot or an assistant where it'll help you draft and write things. And I think everyone will pretty much look to do that. And to some extent, that's useful because it means you don't need to use a manual to learn how to use new products. Some of the work it can do for you, that's all fine. I think the more interesting thing is to think about, given your domain expertise in the area you're working in, what would an AI native experience look like? So if you were starting with a blank sheet of paper, just how could you design a product? And I think AI products ultimately will end up looking and feeling radically different from the products we have today. I mean, just the whole concept of a menu system and clicking through things potentially makes no sense for an AI-powered application, because it should have the kind of intelligence to know what it is you're trying to do and just help you just jump straight into that, sparing you having to click 5 times to find the thing. So I think there's kind of like the baseline minimum today of adding a co-pilot or assistant to your existing product, but really it's about thinking about what are these new experiences you can create using AI.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. We also think about, maybe the business model too. Like, do we just put this into our products and continue to charge the same amount? Do we add new SKUs? Have you thought about that with the businesses that you work with?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you can't just add it in because there's a real dollar cost. You have to pay for inference. You got to pay for the underlying model, and so that makes it. And then per seat pricing often doesn't make sense in the context of something that replaces a seat, if that's what you're trying to do. And so I think you have to charge it as I would say that on the one hand, you don't need to worry too much about pricing right now because all these prices are coming down and you can always change it later. It's more about finding something that people really want. But on the other hand, you also can't just give something away that's going to crush all your margins completely. So some kind of separate charge, I think, for AI products that require inference, I think people understand is needed for sure. But ultimately, pricing will move away from per seat, which I know has been the core of SaaS, just because in an AI context, it makes no sense.
I'm curious your viewpoint on, there's sometimes fear-mongering about everything AI that's coming to market. But I'll take this not super extreme, but maybe just into a business, which is, hey, we can do a lot more with less. So we don't need as many people. We don't need as many resources. We need 50% of people, the amount of staff that we had to do similar things if we infuse AI in. I think as technologists, and we know, if you give that to any entrepreneur, she is going to say, oh, great, let's ramp that up and go do 2, 4, 10 times as much output. I'm curious just your reaction to that and maybe how you coach entrepreneurs.
I mean, yeah, generally I coach entrepreneurs to just focus. It's hard to think of everything all at once at the same time and balance 15 different considerations. I just feel like just build something people want. Just find something that resonates with people, and then figure everything else out from there.
Yeah. Great. Well, so lastly, I'd also love to hear what are we most underprepared for? So there are obviously all these changes happening, and it used to be, over the next year it's going to be crazy, it's the next week we live in a different world, and business models are being disrupted.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone's really internalized how much better these models are going to get in the next couple of years. And that's partly because it is a hard thing to wrap your head around. I mean, if you think of what they are now relative to where they were, say, 5 years ago, and that gap, so they were nowhere 5 years ago, and now they're really good, I think it'll be an equally big jump a couple of years forward. And so far, they've been good at summarizing information and answering questions. We're on the cusp of reasoning. Reasoning's been difficult, but we've made real progress towards that. And in the next couple of years, I think they'll be able to make plans and break down tasks and do much more complex things. All you need to do is then give them a web browser, and now they can actually do stuff and execute tasks. Once they can plan it, they can execute, because they could just log into a website like a human does and book that air ticket or whatever it is. And so we're going to see these kind of lots of different what people call agents today, arise that actually execute tasks. So it's not, software moves from helping humans be more productive to doing the thing for the human. And that's a giant leap. And that'll happen using the big models we see today, but there are going to be these little models running locally on your devices that operate at the edge as well and perform lots of little tasks really efficiently. And so I don't know, it's just a hard thing to wrap your head around, but I think a couple of years from now, it's going to feel very, very different. Humans will be, we're going to progressively move up and operate at this high level of abstraction, and there's going to be much less of the kind of boring stuff. If you think, anytime, I mean, one thing I think of myself is, how many times have I sat on hold? How many times have I filled out spent ages filling out these mindless forms, or been asked to sign something that there's no way I'm going to read because, it's a whole bunch of legalese, who the heck knows what it is. All that stuff goes away.
Yeah, a lot of the mundane personal tasks, and you think about how much time we really spend as humans on these things. It adds up quite a bit.
Sure.
Well, great. I want to make sure that we have some time to hear from you all. And so are there any questions in the crowd on anything AI infra? And if not, I have plenty of material. We can chalk it up all day long to talk different things. Yeah, come on. I think you can. Front and center.
What's your take on commoditizing the LLM models themselves? Like, are they a commoditized thing? Do you think that in the long term we will have 15 different models?
Yeah. So question about commoditizing LLMs, and maybe we can even add in this sort of war that's been brewing against open source versus closed source.
Yeah, sure. So
as well.
Sure. So we thought at one point it could be a one-model world, which is, OpenAI is dominant. And I'd say the big development in the last years, that's clearly not the case, that Anthropic has kept up. Obviously you've got Google, and then you have these open source models. And open source has been a total game changer. I mean, who knew that Zuck would spend billions creating a model and then throwing it out there for everyone to use for free? It's kind of hard to predict that, really. But it does. These are the Llama models, and most recently Llama, what's called Llama 405, which is 405 billion parameters, which is a really powerful model that you could use for many things. Now, using an open source model is complicated, but then there are third-party providers who take that and make it easy for startups to use. So models have gone from being this kind of single premium thing that only one person has to being a bit more like the airline business, I think. You're not going to have 100 airlines because it's high fixed cost to run an airline, just like it's high fixed cost to train a model. But you're also not going to have one airline. You're going to have 5 or 6, and they'll compete, in airlines obviously on price and schedule and locations that they fly between. And the models will compete, I think, over time by being good at probably slightly different things. And so then what will happen for entrepreneurs is they're going to be able to optimize across those different models. And so there'll be this layer of infrastructure, model evaluation is what it's called today, where you get to test the models for different things you're trying to do and pick the right one, make the right set of trade-offs for what it is you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, just as a follow-up, isn't there the notion that when you're behind, you're open source, and then once you're ahead?
Is there a notion that when you're behind, you're more up to open source things, and then when you become ahead in the game, you tend to close source things? If you have
Yes, that's an interesting question, because the implication is that Facebook will open source for a while they're behind, and then once they get ahead, then they'll close source. And so if you have built your entire future based on Facebook's open source models, at that point you could be in trouble. there is that risk. And so I think the way that most founders and people mitigate that or try to deal with that is just not to be locked into a single model. To use open source models, but to also use other models as well so that you can move between them.
Yeah, it's a great question. Anything else? Okay.
Trust for a lot of those blue-collar workers that use the tools.
Yeah.
Believe that it works super well and give really great answers.
How do you build trust with AI, both I think for blue-collar jobs or folks maybe that anybody that wouldn't find themselves in this room today at a forward-thinking technology conference?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's ironic in some ways that it's the what have been called white-collar jobs are the more under threat from AI
That's
than
right.
the blue-collar jobs. So
totally
historically, it's been blue-collar that suffered from technology a little bit, along with globalization. But here, it's the white-collar jobs. So, building trust in AI, I think it's just going to be one of these invisible things that people just naturally get used to. It's like the difference between what people say and what they do. People say they care about privacy, and the privacy is super important to them. But what they do is they give up their privacy completely for convenience. And they're super happy sharing their location and all their personal data to connect with their friends and other things they want to do. So I feel it's like one of these things where people say one thing but really feel another. And so there is this nagging concern of an AI overlord and we all work for an algorithm kind of thing. But then in reality, anytime anyone goes anywhere, they immediately use Google Maps and the algorithm tells them how to get there, even if they know the way to that place. And so I think AI will just embed itself invisibly in society, and people will enjoy the benefits and just come to rely on it without even realizing.
Well, and there's events, like a lot of things we don't know the purpose of that data initially, but if we had been given the information ahead of time, I think it would be a potentially different behavior. It's just that a lot of times we find out after the fact that what's happened to our data, especially with the data.
Yeah.
Do you want to just repeat?
I don't know. I think just, comment on after the fact we learn things that come into play about, who really owns our data and what they're doing with it. But of course, to Ara's point, I think it is a little crazy, right? When we have every type of smart device listening to us and thinking about our homes in every room and with us at all times. I think it'll be quite similar to the age and era of the internet, where people had a lot of the same fears, and over time, pretty quickly, when you see the improvement of life, which is, I think, the answer to this question. If you can really, truly improve lives, people will probably soften up.
Yeah, I don't know there's a good solution. I mean, you're right that often people don't realize the data they're giving up. But what's the solution? In Europe, they have a thing where every time you go to a website, you have to give cookie permissions. Because in Europe, make exactly this point. People don't know what they're giving up. We will educate them by annoying them every time they go to a website and presenting a huge page of small print and asking them to make 5 decisions before they can look at that web page. And my guess is that most people in Europe just click whatever, yeah, fine, have your cookies, I don't care, just show me the information I want. And so, and it leads to a worse consumer experience. So there's not an easy answer. I just think that people don't care enough to get upset about it. And so we'll
bit of a check the box.
Yeah.
We have time maybe for one more question. Got anything out there? You can shout it. Yeah, come on up. Thoughts on infrastructure around various industries, whether it be healthcare, consumer, et cetera?
Yeah, different industries are going to have different needs, and certainly entrepreneurs could use that to capitalize. So generally the distinction, I think the main distinctions are, size of business, small, medium, large, and then regulated, non-regulated. And so, small businesses are their own thing. They're just like consumers. Medium-sized businesses are where a lot of companies start because they're sophisticated, they have a budget, you can start there and move up. large companies require a whole bunch of infrastructure around what they're doing. And you have to go through a security review and integrate with systems and all the rest of it. And then if you're regulated, you can kind of like times that by 3, where they want it on premise and they have to live by a whole bunch of regulations. So I would just say that it's very hard to serve all of those segments together. And if you're going after specific verticals like healthcare or finance or government procurement, you have to really kind of take care of their specific requirements.
Yeah, I think that's right. In our business, like I think a lot of the greatest unlocks will be in the world of healthcare and everything to come. But to start out, there are so many regulatory hurdles to get into a place to deliver that value. And so we can start with things like in our human capital management system, where we're helping you generate better performance reviews or job descriptions, things that are low risk to putting things out there when you're solving cancer, for example. I think there are a couple other boxes you have to check. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Ara, for joining me on stage. Hope you all enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of your SaaStr.
Thanks, everyone. Great to see you.
Have a great day.
Please welcome to the stage. Please welcome to the Please welcome to the stage Duncan Lennox, VP GM Applied AI at Google Cloud.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here at SaaStr. Thanks for taking the time out of your day today to spend a few minutes with me. My name is Duncan Lennox. I lead the Applied AI team at Google Cloud. And what our team does is we get to spend time with customers all over the world building applications and agents based on Google's latest AI. And as I'm out talking to customers, one of the things I'm hearing a lot right now from them are questions around production implementations and ROI. So a lot of companies have been experimenting with generative AI and LLMs over the last 12, 18 months. And increasingly they're asking, are companies doing this in production at scale? Are they seeing the kind of ROI that we all feel could be there? So we recently finished our most recent survey on the ROI of Gen AI, and we spoke with around 2,500 businesses around the world and asked them how they're using Gen AI today. And the data is pretty clear. 61% of the organizations that we spoke to are already using generative AI in production in their organizations. Of those that are doing that, 86% are already seeing an annual revenue boost of 6% or more. And 74% are seeing ROI within the first year, which is astoundingly fast for the adoption of a new technology. So what I thought we might do is go on a whirlwind tour of some of the areas where we're seeing customers actually use generative AI and large language models in production at scale, where they're getting ROI, and give you some ideas for where you might go. Whether you're an ISV or SaaS provider that's looking at building the next great application, whether you're an enterprise or small business that wants to be able to get the power of generative AI working for you. So let's dive right in to the first of our 6 areas. Customer experience. So this is actually probably one of the first areas that you think of when you think about applying generative AI to businesses. So this is everything from chatbots to being able to engage directly with customers and answer their questions. And what's interesting is not only do we see increased customer satisfaction, which is what you'd be hoping that you would see, but we're actually also seeing increased customer loyalty and increased sales and revenue. Because one of the things that's happening with the use of AI here is the ability to not only solve problems for your customers faster, but also actually offer highly relevant upsell opportunities that get much higher acceptance rates than traditional upsell opportunities. So this is doing everything from personalizing product recommendations. Of course, it's about omni-channel. It's about being able to meet your customer where and when and how they want, whether that's chat, whether that's video, whether that's voice. being able to deliver very nuanced, precise responses to your customers' queries, and even being able to do things like respond in many different languages, allowing your customers to engage directly with you in their native language. And doing things like real-time topic and sentiment analysis, where we can actually see what are the big issues that your customers are having right now, and make sure we're addressing that through chatbots, voice agents, and so forth as well. So a great example of a company doing this at scale is Best Buy, where you can actually interact with the product support chatbot, get detailed answers to specific product questions, but also actually handle more complex things that traditionally would have involved speaking to a human, like scheduling a delivery, combining multiple orders into a single delivery, doing rescheduling, and so forth. Okay, number 2, employee productivity. How can we take some of the drudgery out of repetitive tasks that folks have to do every day that have traditionally been difficult to automate, increase productivity overall, and become a single source of knowledge sharing and collaboration in the form of an assistant that knows all about your company and its policies, but also about your specific work documents? So here, of course, we can take some of those repetitive tasks away. We can do some of the things that you may have seen in many of the Gen AI and LLM tools, like summarizing documents and meeting notes and so forth. But we can also get into some of the more advanced capabilities where we can use advanced reasoning and analysis to actually analyze financial data, provide insights back to you from that, and do things like personalized training materials. This is turning out to be one of the most interesting areas where the LLM technology can actually tailor the training experience to you, your specific needs and area of weakness. Let you focus more on solving problems for your customers, whoever they may be. And a great example of this is HCA Healthcare, one of the largest healthcare providers in the United States. They've developed a tool called Katie, which actually is for caregivers, and it's designed to allow caregivers spend more time with their patients and less time working on paperwork. So what it does is it actually streamlines the handover process when there's a shift change, moving from one caregiver to the next, and it automatically summarizes the healthcare relevant events that happened during that last shift, provides it in simple, straightforward language to the caregiver that's taking over, and takes away a bunch of the paperwork processing that's normally part of that handover process. Number 3, marketing and creative content. Here's an area where we see AI really augmenting human creativity, not designed to replace humans here, but think of it as your digital muse, your 24/7 brainstorming partner that's there to work through creative ideas with you, come up with ideas you might not have thought of on your own. Of course, that can include things like generating marketing copy, creating digital assets, whether that's images, video, and so forth as well. But it also lets you get into creating these personalized experiences for your audiences, because it already knows your brand, the voice of your brand, etc. as well, and can actually take that into account as part of the creativity process. A great example of this is from the retailer Carrefour, one of the largest retailers in the world, over 14,000 stores around the globe. And in a few weeks, they created a tool that they call Campaign Manager using generative AI. And it allows them to build entire marketing campaigns, not just marketing copy, but also the digital assets, and even things like scripts for radio and TV as well, and produce that in minutes, what used to take hours and days. And it also allows them to then even deploy those assets to their digital marketing channels, whether that's Google Ads or YouTube or Instagram and so forth. So really accelerate that feedback cycle and the ability of marketing to respond much faster to changing market conditions and addressing the needs of their customers. Number 4, data analysis and decision making. You know, a meta theme overall that you're hearing in some of these examples is about the advanced reasoning and insight capabilities of generative AI and large language models. And data analysis, of course, is a perfect area for this, allowing you to really get to those insights that can make a difference. The volume of data everyone is dealing with every day is skyrocketing, and your data is trying to tell you a story. The question is, are you listening? And it's very difficult to get to those insights in a lot of cases due to the complexity and volume of the data. And this is an area where we're seeing substantial impact from AI. It starts with things like making it easier to ingest the data in the first place, ETL jobs, cleaning and organizing the data so that it can actually then be used. And then moving on to some of the initial, more straightforward but meaningful tasks like optimization of pricing and inventory strategies. But then we can get on to some of the really more interesting tasks like advanced pattern recognition, where we're getting into things like anomaly detection, literally finding the needle in the haystack. Getting into predictive modeling, where we can look at things like not only forecasting sales, but customer churn, equipment failure, and so forth as well. A company that's really leveraging generative AI in this area is Neo4j, a leading graph database company. And they've integrated generative AI into their product suite. And that allows customers to do things like query the knowledge graph using natural language, actually interact directly with it and get insights that they wouldn't otherwise have gotten. It also allows you to take that knowledge graph and then use it as part of your other generative AI solutions as a grounding tool, using that knowledge graph as a source of truth to avoid hallucinations. All right, product development. This is another area there's been a lot of excitement in from early on. Software engineering and how we can use generative AI around developer productivity. So coding itself is a complex task. It involves understanding a lot of the domain space that you're working in, as well as obviously the technical complexities of your architecture, the languages that you're using, and so forth as well. And there's a bunch of areas where coding assistants can help take out some of the manual steps that are typically there for software engineers, let them focus their time and energy on the higher value problems. So starting from generating code in the first place from natural language or assisting in code completion. And this, of course, can be tailored to your own private code repositories. So it's not just the broad coding knowledge that the LLM has, but enhancing it and fine-tuning it with your own code repos yourselves. Identifying and fixing bugs is a great area where we can identify problems easier. It's a truism in software engineering that the earlier in the development cycle that you can catch and fix a bug, the substantially cheaper it is to deal with. So if we can catch things before code even goes into production, not only are we going to prevent customers from experiencing those things, but it becomes cheaper to actually deal with as well. And compilers have advanced in many ways over the last decades and now can provide a lot of not just syntactic but semantic error checking as well. But compilers don't understand what it is your code is trying to do. They don't understand the business problem. Leveraging large language models, we can actually get insights into what the code is trying to do and actually recommend how to fix the code. We can also take this into the area of explainability. One of the biggest productivity sinks is when a new engineer joins a team, joins a product, and has to get up to speed on the code base that exists for that product. Even if you have one of the most well-documented code bases in the world, which I'm sure everybody does, it's still a complex journey to wrap your head around that. And LLMs can actually help with explainability, explain what a chunk of code is doing. And it really helps engineers get up to speed faster. And of course, we can do things like help people move code bases from one language to another as languages themselves evolve. So Turing is an example of an AI-enabled tech services company that is leveraging this kind of technology for their developer productivity. And what they've been able to do is take their own private repos and code bases to augment the LLM, and they're seeing 30% productivity improvements from their engineers with this code assistance. And finally, let's talk about security, risk, and compliance. So security is very much needle in a haystack kind of work. How do we spot an anomaly or something that's going on that could result in fraud or cyber attacks or just risk of non-compliance? And again, this needle in a haystack type of problem is perfect for generative AI and large language models. So we see companies doing things like investigation assistance, event summarization. Often if you're dealing with a security event, there is a lot happening in real time. So the ability to have accurate, up-to-date summarization of where the event is at right now, what next steps are, is incredibly valuable. Lets the security engineers stay focused on managing and mitigating the incident, not having to write up what it is that they're actually doing all the time. Anomaly detection generally becomes very powerful for everything from safeguarding client data, where you can identify exfiltration in real time, looking at things like fraudulent transactions. Across a different number of parts of Google, we actually use this kind of technology to detect fraud in near real time. And while we've been using machine learning at Google to do that for a long time, the move to large language models has enabled us to respond to the adversarial space much faster. Typically, even if you were using machine learning, you would have needed thousands of examples of a particular kind of fraud or scam or attack to train the models to detect it. And what we've found with large language models is, with very little data, they can detect new kinds of attacks. So we can respond and shut those down much faster. And that applies to all kinds of anomaly detection across the security space. So it lets us focus on protecting infrastructure with continuous monitoring. An example of a company that's doing this is Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto have integrated advanced AI search capabilities and their own internal corpus of data into the responses that they're able to provide to customers, making sure that they're always providing the most up-to-date, most accurate information to their customers. So we've flown through 6 areas really fast. I just wanted to be able to whet your appetite with some of these examples of things that customers are doing in production at scale today, to give you a sense of how real the ROI already is for customers with generative AI. You've seen some of those areas that we touched on. You've seen some of the ROIs that they're getting. So I encourage you to think about these kinds of use cases and others and identify the priority ones for you that can deliver ROI fastest. We'd love to talk to you more about your use cases and how we can help. You can find us over at booth D503. If you'd love to come talk to us about AI, we'd be delighted to chat to you, tell you more about some of the things we're working on with customers around the world. And I think later this afternoon, we may even have some boba tea, if that is your thing as well. So thank you all for your time on the Whirlwind Tour, and we hope we get to talk to you later.
Check one.
It's about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Ashley Hyman, VP of Customer Experience at Drata, and Wen Yao, VP of Customer Success Management at Drata.
Doing my clicker. All right. Well, hi everyone. My name's Ashley Hyman. I'm the VP of Customer Experience at Drata. We are a compliance automation platform.
Hi everyone, my name is Wen Yao, I'm VP of Customer Success at Drata. And Ashley and I are here to share with you how to scale customer success from that 0 to 5,000 customers. All right, let's get started. So to set the stage a little bit, most startup companies in their earlier time or earlier stage, your product is probably not at the most mature stage, which is absolutely fine. So while you're differentiating your product against your competition, you also have to differentiate yourselves elsewhere. I think we can all agree with that. So this is where customer success comes in, and we believe this is the fundamental building block to the success of your organization. So let's jump into it. So here are some recommended focus areas that we used at Drata. Hopefully it will help all of you. So I'm going to go through the first 3 bullets together because they actually go hand in hand. So you need to make your customer success or customer service your top priority and your core values at the company level. Why is that so important? We hear about this all the time. Well, Walker Research found this year in 2024 that customer experience is now equal to price and product when it comes to that key brand differentiator. So that is very important, right? Most organizations will lose around 10% of their revenue due to bad or poor customer experience. Okay, so the world we live in today is a lot of online reviews and social media. We all know about that. We're very familiar with that. So anyone, any customer can provide, right, that review based on their brand experience to the entire world. Right? So 77% of the customers, so hear this out, right, they will recommend their brand to their family and friends based on one single positive experience. That is awesome. But conversely, it will take up to 12 positive reviews to make up for a very bad one. And guess what? People are listening and people really care about these reviews, and the companies that you're selling into care about them as well, and they are making their purchasing decision based on these reviews. All right? So that's why your customer service is going to be important during your early stage. So make sure your customer service or success team is really hand-holding your customers, give them the help and guidance that they need to accelerate that time to value, right? So this will naturally build the trust with your customers. And these are the customers, guess what? They will give you that positive review like G2, be your reference customers to share their success stories working together with you. With great product innovation, with great customer service, your brand is going to be more recognizable within your respective market and help you more competitive, right? And Ashley is going to talk about all about that in a second. All right, so finally, selling into ideal customer profile is also very important. That will ensure that you are maximizing your team's time and effort, really helping the customers who are just more compatible with you, that they will get product value and your service quickly, so you will have these quick wins. And these are the customers you will likely to retain. They will be your longer-term dedicated customers and your brand ambassador. Right. So we took this approach. I know it went through really quickly, but we took this approach at Drata, and it really helped us scale to that 5,000 customers all within 3.5 years. All right, so having said all of that, not surprisingly, many successful SaaS organizations out there invested heavily in customer success, resulted in much higher customer retention and loyalty against their competition. So from the very first interaction you have with your customer to helping them drive adoption, value realization, that delivery, every touch point matters. But you can't scale like this, right? So as your organization grows, your customer success strategy has to evolve over time. So I'm going to hand it over to Ashley so she can share with you how we did this from 0 to 1,000 customers.
Thanks so much, Wen. When you hit your first 100 customers, it is such a huge milestone. But at that point, you're not thinking about scaling customer success. Really, you're focused on your reputation, building your brand loyalty. But it's really important, you're going up against products that are probably a lot more mature than your own. And so customer success truly becomes that key differentiator. And so I want you to keep that in mind. Very few companies actually take this seriously and prioritize customer success as one of those first hires. So I can tell you firsthand, including customer success as one of your first 10 hires is a game changer. And it really can make a difference. We put customer success first, and we essentially put it at the center of the company and built every other department around it. And let me tell you, it remains that way today. And at first, this feels a little crazy. You give everything to everyone. You give them all the touch and all the white glove service. But again, the focus is building your reputation. And for us, we knew this was something our competitors really hadn't prioritized. So we knew this is where we could make a difference and really make an impact. So it's pretty simple. It's assigning every customer a customer success manager, someone to truly walk them through the journey and help them to understand the product. Because like we said, the product probably isn't self-serve quite yet. Additionally, you want to set up so many resources when it comes to support so that there is many different ways your customers can get help. While we give them the customer success manager, we also have email, we have Slack, we have in-app support, so they can reach a human when they need it, when they're in the platform, when they truly have a question, and you can anticipate those needs. But we didn't just stop with the humans, because I know that's what I've focused on so far. We also built out a ton of documentation. That was a big priority for us. We wanted to anticipate customers' needs before they could even ask us, hey, we need help with this. So that's frequently asked questions, it's building out help centers, it's having templates, again, to lead them through a product that maybe isn't quite ready. So these are just a few of the foundational elements that we had in place. And this helped us to scale to 100 customers in just 45 days. So that 45 days went very quickly, but let me tell you, in a blink of an eye, we were at 1,000 customers. And I can't even pinpoint exactly when that moment was, but that's the critical next step of when you really want to formalize your CS program and create more structure. You're starting to build a community, and it should feel that way. You want your customers to relate and feel like they can connect with you. And so one of the first things that you want to put in place is a customer advisory board. And not only are they going to help you to shape, your customer success roadmap, but also your product roadmap. You want to hear from those most loyal, most active customers, what do they want to see next, so you can continue to build that brand loyalty. It's super important. We also connect with our customers. We do dinners, we meet them at trade shows, at conferences, we've had happy hours, set up baseball games. Making that personal connection early on is so important because those people become your references, as Wen said, and also help to shape the future of the company. It's so important. We also want to extend our service window. So we got people hooked on really loud, but we got people hooked on that support line. Now, when we're beginning to scale and expand our target audience, even internationally, we need to make sure they can reach it when it's helpful for them. So in our instance, we expanded to 24 hours a day, 5 days per week, so people could get help when they needed it. So important, especially because it's a key differentiator. Additionally, we wanted to expand opportunities, and you need to expand opportunities at this phase for your customers to give feedback. I can't explain what a gift feedback is, and if you're not listening to it, you're not going to be able to continue to scale. And so you want to put things in place that make it convenient for a customer to give feedback. We would set up feedback sessions directly with our product team. We'd be group sessions where people could share exactly what they were feeling. We'd deploy surveys. And we also installed something directly in our application so a customer could give feedback as soon as they saw a spot they didn't like or something they'd like to work differently. They could put it in the platform and then upvote what others were giving feedback on as well. So it's tremendously important to continue to offer up those opportunities for feedback. And Wen's going to talk about how that also helped us reach 5,000 customers.
So 1,000 to 5,000 customers, that's a little bit crazy, but it's going to be soon to be 8,000 customers. While we are so proud of this milestone achievement, we're celebrating, but the stakes are incredibly high. Well, you're not going to get that unlimited budget just because your organization and customer base have grown tremendously. Your leaders, your investors are going to ask you to be more cost effective, especially in the economy that we're in today. So how do we do this? Right, so a couple of recommendations here, and we're also working through all of this at Drata today. So first of all, balance that digital and human interaction. Well, you're now 5,000 customers big, there is no way you can provide that human interaction to every single person, every customer. So you have to figure out how to balance that digital touch with your customer success supports high-value delivery. Whether that's in a different segment or different industry, you have to be intentional and make these decisions. Now, this is not new. We all know how to do this, but it's really balancing this to drive that ROI is going to be very important. And I cannot emphasize how important your customer success ops team is in all of this. They have always been important from day one, but now they're more important than ever. So they're going to take that thousands of customer data insight and analyze the data and help you make smarter decisions. So if you don't have a customer success ops person or team, I will highly recommend you go hire one and build one. It is a game changer. All right, so next bullet is going to go hand in hand with what I just talked about. So pick your battles to drive ROI. What do I mean by that? Right? So your company is going to, guess what, change your business goals every single year. And your customer success strategy has to move towards that and really align to those priorities. But you have to be very intentional and be very clear on what and where you want to invest in to drive that high-value impact to get your company to their goals. Okay, so I'll give you an example really quickly to make it more clear. Let's just say this year, your company is going to go up market. It's ready to penetrate that enterprise segment. That's awesome, right? But you also need to look at your customer success segmentation strategy, up-level your CS team, right, to align, to be enterprise ready, and maybe do a little bit digital implementation down at the lower market. It does not mean you have to give up the service quality at the lower market, right? It just means you have to be very intentional where you want to make the big bets, and then it's okay to let the mid-market, maybe lower market, with sort of like keeping the lights on, that target is good enough and is absolutely okay. Because if you don't do this, you will spread yourselves too thin and you will end up winning nowhere. And from my experience, that happens a lot. So again, be very intentional, be very clear where you want to win and drive focus towards that. Okay, so finally, change is a good thing. Fail fast is absolutely expected. Just because you implemented something a couple months ago, whether that was a strategy or some sort of annual operating plan, that's not going to last for more than 8 months, by the way, if you're in the hyper-growth mode. At Drata, actually, when I changed a bunch of things, we tossed and deleted a bunch of stuff within just a couple quarters' time, and that's absolutely normal. Right? So scaling fast also means you have to learn really, really fast. So we also tell ourselves at Drata, and we told this to all the employees, that failing is okay, as long as you take what you learn and use it to improve going forward. So that's all I have. I know we're given only 15 minutes. We went really fast, so I want to give it back to Ashley and wrap up the session for us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. 15 minutes goes so quickly. So we'll bring it full circle. I want you all to remember that at every single stage of your CS program, you're going to have new challenges. It's not going to get easier, but what's so important, you don't ignore them. You tackle them right on. You also are not shy to iterate or change directions. It's so important that you don't just stay the course. Additionally, you never want to underestimate customer feedback. It's not only a differentiator, it truly is going to ultimately change the course of your business, of your product, and of your customer success org. You have to listen. It's the most important thing. And finally, don't neglect value delivery. You need to anticipate and exceed customer expectations at every turn. And trust me, this is going to show up on your G2 reviews, so you got to take it seriously. Thank you guys so much for being here with us. We're happy to answer any questions you might have, and definitely come up and say hi when you have a chance. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage Raj Datta, Global Vice President for Software and AI Partnerships at IBM.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Raj Datta. I'm responsible for all of IBM's software and AI partnerships globally. And I have to admit, I feel like I have the best job in the world. I get an opportunity every single day to work with innovative companies such as yourselves and help them expedite their AI adoption with IBM's technologies and resources. And today what I want to go through is really, I want to speak to you about some of the trends that we're seeing in the industry, where we're seeing AI needs happening, and also how each of you could really help accelerate AI adoption for enterprises. So how many, just out of a show of hands, out of the founders, CEOs, and folks in the startups, how many of you actually have an AI strategy set for this year and for next year? Couple folks? All right, this might be the right crowd then for us. So, these are some interesting quotes that I wanted to share that came from some larger enterprise companies. What we're seeing today is the adoption of AI is being required across the board, regardless of small or large enterprises, but it's also going across various industries. So as we take a look at this, within these industries are also starting to collaborate with each other. They're looking at each other for help, and how do they expedite their AI journey together. And this is a trend that we're seeing over and over again, because before there wasn't that much collaboration throughout industries, and we're seeing that happen more. Now, why is this so important to think about adopting sooner than later? One of the key industry trends that we've seen is you have the ability to accelerate your revenue 74% faster than your competitors. Now imagine that. I know, obviously, being at IBM, our revenue is fairly large, but if you look at that and having 74% incremental revenue growth in that space really changes the game for companies. And that's why the race for AI has become so critical for every single software company that's out there. Now, everyone's figuring out how do we get started with AI. As we know, this is a totally new area, a new way to innovate. We saw the cloud adoption happen years ago, and we saw how fast and how quickly that changed the market. We are seeing AI adoption happen way faster than the cloud trend we saw in years past. And why is that? It's forcing each of us to re-innovate the way that we haven't done before. Because now we have a set of technologies that can completely change the world and change the game on a daily basis. As we look at different industry trends, there's some key areas that I wanted to share with everyone here, because as you look at this is across the board where enterprises are struggling, especially when they don't include AI into their day-to-day operations. We see a huge deficit occur. One of the stats and areas that we've seen is the customer service space. And if you look at the stat over here, 91% of customers that are dissatisfied with a brand will leave it. That's not pretty good for our retention rates. So, that's an area I've seen a lot of investment from software companies, software innovators to come and help areas expedite that place, right? The other areas we're seeing is the talent lifecycle. We're seeing a lot of adoption of AI across the board. And why is this so critical? Because we can't scale to the space that the whole market is going without leveraging AI capabilities. This is why it's also very critical for every single one of the software companies that are out there to be adopting AI capabilities and not make that a secondary notion. So of those that have already adopted AI, this should resonate with you. I was with a fairly large software company yesterday, and as we were going through what has slowed them down, these were the key talk areas that were standing out to them. And this should resonate with everyone that's in this room. We all hear about the limited AI skill sets that are out there. And why don't we have more skills to adopt AI? We have a high price. I mean, everyone's seen what's going on with GPUs that are out there. Ethical concerns continues to be a very large area and concern for companies because of the adoption and not having governance models. We've heard about how AI has spit out biases, has spit out incorrect information. That's a huge concern for companies. Because if you're going to adopt AI and you're not putting in the right guardrails for it, you have to be very worried about what it's going to spit out. And this is an area that IBM continues to invest in with our customers and within our research teams. What happens when you end up adding AI into your enterprises, into your technologies? We've seen a massive productivity gain occur. And this is not just from us. This is what we're hearing from our clients, from customers every single day. So this is an interesting one that I wanted to highlight is as we adopt AI, we're seeing AI assistants explode. Now, why is there an explosion of AI assistants? AI assistants are exploding because it's helping with productivity, with our employee productivity. I'll share a personal story. I came back to IBM about a year ago. And one of the first areas that I noticed IBM was eating their own dog food was with regards to our HR practices. Basically, majority of our HR today is run via AI assistant. So imagine this. Imagine when you have to either promote an employee, move their location, add salary. You go through an AI assistant to do so at IBM. You're no longer having to go into HR applications. You no longer have to do any of those things. We can also start doing that with our travel booking. We can start doing that with various areas that we never thought could happen. Initially, I was shocked. You know, I looked at it and I said, you're going to ask me to transfer an employee via an AI assistant? Like, what if they get transferred to the wrong place, or what if they get exited out of the company? Believe it or not, this is something that majority of our employees use on a day-to-day basis, and it's simplified it. Think about the simple, mundane tasks HR partners had to deal with in the past. Same questions over and over. I need help doing this. I need help doing that. What are my benefits? How much extra time do I get off this year? This is all contained within our AI systems today. This has also led to some significant growth and productivity throughout the organization. So as we look at this, 70% of operating costs are being reduced via digital labor. This is a very key component, especially as we go into the economy of uncertainty. Where are we going to go? Where is it heading? Costing is going to be critical for us to be successful, and AI plays a huge component into that. Customer experience is another critical one. I had talked about customer retention before. Imagine increasing your customer experience by 10x, making them happier with you, loving your brand even more. That's another critical area we're seeing across the market. And then obviously the IT operations area and app dev. If you could reduce that time by 80%, if you could go to market faster, what would that mean for your business? These are key trends that we're seeing. The other one I was going to touch on is what we're seeing in the market today is also 45% of our models that are out there are getting a lot more accurate. And what I mean by that is IBM spent a lot of time and effort with research to open up our models. We have the belief that not one company is going to just use one AI provider or one set of AI models. We opened it up. And why is that important? When you open it up to a broader community of developers and you have thousands and thousands of individuals contributing to an area, you change how much accuracy you can get within your models. The other one, by opening up our models, going from large language models to smaller models, small language models, we've seen our costing go down over 100%. We've been benchmarking this continuously. So the industry started, as we know, with closed models. It was excellent for writing poetry. It was great for kids doing their homework. But as we start going into the enterprise, as usage starts increasing, we need to make sure accuracy is there, number one. And then number two, we need to make sure the costs aren't going through the roof. That's what usually slows down AI adoption. And IBM has taken a serious stance with this when we opened up our Granite models earlier this year. So I'm just going to touch on areas that we have reinvented the whole partner place for helping ISVs such as yourself grow and adopt AI at a very rapid pace. Key areas that we take a look at: multi-models. I just shared this with you. No company is going to go with just one set of models. There's multiple models out there, multiple open source models out there. You look at Hugging Face, you look at our Granite technologies, it's all out there, and we're encouraging our clients and our software vendors to use it as much as possible. The data. Everyone knows how disparate data is, and how do we take all of this data, create the right foundation around it, and build off of it, so you do have the right outputs that are required when it comes down to it. And the final aspect, which I think is one of the most important aspects, especially for software companies as they look to break into enterprises, is the governance aspect. I talked about this briefly. We need to put guardrails within our software components and technologies in order for us to be able to scale our business. Many enterprises are saying, if we don't know where this data is coming from, we don't know how your models were built, we don't want you inside of our company. Plain and simple. This is where the governance aspect that we introduced earlier, actually late last year, the watsonx governance solution, actually provides those guardrails for us. We make sure that all of the AI technologies that's being created, that's being released, is actually governed. So you don't have biases coming out. You don't have incorrect information being sent to different folks that are, imagine if you're a customer and you're leveraging someone else's AI technology and you're getting the wrong output. That's one of the worst things that could happen, and it will take away all type of relevance and confidence inside that technology. This is where I encourage every single software company, you must take this as part of your guardrail in order to really scale your business, especially within enterprises. Now, what have we done here at IBM to really change all of this? So last year when I came on board, we looked to completely overhaul our partnership go-to-market strategies. We wanted to make sure we were able to collaborate with many, many companies, not just one or two. And we wanted to open up the ecosystem for that. We have an engineering team that's out there that can actually help our partners and other software companies implement our technologies. We go in this with you. We don't expect companies to be able to hire thousands of data scientists. We don't expect companies to have the deep AI knowledge and skill sets. As a software company, you already have your own niche. You already know which area and which solutions you want to take to market. Not everyone's supposed to become an AI software company. And therefore, with that belief, at IBM, what we've done is we've actually helped and hired thousands of engineers globally to help each software company be able to invoke their AI capabilities into their technologies. And this is a very critical aspect for us as we look through this. We have use cases already pre-built, and a lot of these use cases are becoming repeatable. What if you were able to take your solution set, take IBM's AI technology, and rapidly take it to market? That's where we're seeing real innovation occur. And that's also where we're seeing a lot of rapid, innovative growth. So, I would like to leave you with the idea of, the AI marketplace is already here. It's moving so fast. I'm seeing companies being able to, the ones that are able to adopt are growing their revenue streams faster than we've ever seen before. But instead of all of a sudden jumping in and saying we're able to go and adopt AI tomorrow, let's be very proactive on how you do it. Put the right guardrails around that, because that's what's going to be very, very critical as you expand your businesses. And the very last part is, taking a look at cost. Everyone wants AI, but you don't want to pay the massive GPU costs once your business starts scaling with the AI technology. So that's where I encourage everyone to start looking at what the open models are out there. Take a look at IBM's Granite models. Take a look at the various open models across the board, not just IBM. Why are those so important? And how is that going to help you scale your business? Now, we've actually a sponsor for the first time at SaaStr, and I would encourage everyone to go by and check out our booth. We have additional details. We have demos going there. But we also have something a little bit more fun. So we have a speakeasy. So if you want, if this is getting too stressful for you and you're ready for that afternoon drink, the speakeasy is open right now. But we also have one of our partners and one of our solution providers actually in the speakeasy. So if you're a golf fan, we actually have a golf simulator from True Golf set up there. This simulator is running Watson X for its software, helping you predict where the ball is going to go. It's going to help you predict what improvements you need on your swing. I haven't been able to crack the code on it yet because I need improvement across the board in my golf game, but I do encourage you, if you have some time, to go check it out. See AI technology in the works at the Speakeasy, and enjoy a drink on us. So that said, I really do appreciate everyone's time. I hope you found this valuable, and I'm looking forward to meeting many of you.
Please welcome to the stage Sydney Sloan, CMO at G2.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy after lunch session. Always the favorite spot. All right. As they mentioned, my name is Sydney Sloan. I'm the new CMO at G2. Hello, friends. Look at you. And I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes with you talking about some of the things that we're seeing in the changing buyer landscape. So I always want to start with a little bit of audience participation. I'm even going to talk to you people way in the back, waving at you. Yes, hello. Okay, so in the last 7 days, think, have you made a buying decision, a recipe decision, a where to go for dinner decision without using reviews or recommendations? Maybe actually raise your hand if you have, because then nobody. Have you in the last 7 days made a decision based on reviews or recommendations? I can't imagine. I know that, let's see, I made a chicken pho that was fantastic, that got 248 reviews and 4 stars. I picked a florist for a thing we're doing tomorrow. I don't think I've ever bought something on Amazon without reading the reviews. And so when you think about how buying has changed, just in general, I would say that software buying behavior has changed. It's not is changing, it has changed. And we recently at G2 did our annual buyer behavior report, so I'm going to share some insights with you and kind of 3 key takeaways and some recommendations of what you can think about as we enter into this new phase of buying. So the first area is that the promise of AI is dictating purchasing behavior, and it's good news because people want to buy it and people are confident in buying it. The second insight is that the ability to win these limited software budgets, so even though more people are spending, access to decision makers, access to that budget is harder than ever before. I'll probably make a lot of the salespeople in the room feel better to just know you're not alone, okay? And then the third very interesting and important piece is that the expectation of ROI is mismatched. People want to see ROI right away and they're not seeing it fast enough. And with the challenge that we're all facing on not only capturing new customers, but keeping them as customers, so the dreaded churn challenge that many of us are facing is really about how to make sure that customers are realizing ROI faster than ever before. So we're going to explore these 3 areas. All right, so let's talk about the promise of AI. The good news, this is the good news in the presentation. More people are going to be buying software in 2025 than they did in 2024. A lot more people. Only 6% say that they're actually going to be buying less than they did this year. So we should feel really good about that. And what's driving that purchasing behavior is the promise of AI. So people are already purchasing. Over half the respondents, 56%, say they already have purchased AI. But even better, the confidence that they feel in the stage that AI technologies are now are making them even more likely to buy AI technology. Now, this could be AI-based platforms. It could be AI capabilities and features in existing products. But the advice to the go-to-market teams is if you're not yet, which I can't imagine, but if you're not yet leading with AI in your story, you better figure out how to do that because that's what people are looking for. All right, so, and McKinsey did this study, so we're kind of like, okay, of all the AI categories, what is really getting the most traction in the market? And the first movers here are the sales and marketing purchasers. Second movers are engineering, and third are kind of customer success and operations, all seeing very good numbers. So you should be happy if you're in these categories. But it also means there's lots of competition, and it means you need to start thinking about how you stand out. So sales teams are early adopters. I think a lot of us have seen the use of sales-assisted messaging, sales AI summaries and calls. So 81% of sales teams are already using some kind of AI. And 75% of these buyers are looking for AI-powered technology. So let's explore a little bit of like what are they looking for in terms of sales productivity. We know a lot of time for salespeople is not actually spent selling. I think the slide says 30%, if I remember correctly. And And so how do we take those tasks that are done in the non-productive time and make them more productive? I mentioned some of the things already, AI summaries, but we're also seeing them prepare better, using AI tools to research companies and what their customers care about, using AI to augment some of the outreach activities that customers are implementing. I talked about the AI summaries. So really creative uses of AI. And I think the one that's the heated debate right now is, will SDRs have a life in AI? And having been the SalesLoft CMO for 4 years, I kind of hope this doesn't ring true, just because I have a particular affection for SDRs and the role that they play. But you'll see some of the leading companies here. These are the top 5 performing companies in the Copilot arena today. And you see it's an added feature to the platforms that they offer. And so really thinking about what role can AI play and what role do SDRs still play? And I still believe as a buyer that people want to talk to people, especially for larger like ASPs. So you're not going to make a $50,000 purchasing decision without talking to somebody. And again, it's maybe a way to stand out. So if everybody moves over to AI-based copilots, and then all of a sudden you get a human talking to you, I can tell you there's an SDR in the room that reached me using a video-based introduction email, and it totally works. So I think you still have to think about that balance. And I don't see that the copilots are going to replace SDRs, but it may reduce the number of SDRs you have in your team over time. Second largest buyers are marketing. And so what we see here is that even more marketers are testing AI tools than ever before. There's been a lot of discussion in the CMO communities that I'm in, and many of them are already planning to integrate it into their workflows, into their teams this year. On24 surveyed 520 marketers and found that, that 7 times companies who use AI in their marketing teams have a 7x higher lift in performance. So again, if you're not yet implementing AI in a meaningful way, I'm not just talking about testing it, in a meaningful way in your marketing teams, you should make that a requirement for your teams going into 2025 next year in your planning. So what are they using it for? Promotional content, this is like ads, ad building, copywriting, great way to take one piece of content and mix it up and leverage it and use it to test. It's also being used for idea starters for content teams. I know I'm pushing my team to really think about using it in a more meaningful way, but there's still some hesitation in the way that the AI tools write, and so they still want it to be in our tone and voice, but I see a lot of advancements in this area. Really interesting work on audience segmentation, research, ICP. When you feed the AI algorithms your data and get it to refine the ICP in the purchasing process. I just recently did a project with Zoom Info Labs, and their team is really making some advancements here that were eye-opening for my previous company. So if you're not thinking about that, that's another great place to apply the AI. And then also like analytics and business metrics and things like that. The one thing about the market for these marketing AI-assisted tools is it's getting pretty crowded. So 5 years ago, just back in 2019, there were only 20 companies on this grid. There's 488 now. 488. That's a lot of technologies to choose from. And I just want to give a shout out to Grammarly for remaining at the top for a very long time. And I love the ads that they've been doing and really the way that they've continued to advance it, to integrate it into the way that we work. And they continue to do a good job. Notion as well. I've tested out the Notion capabilities. They're great. So really think about this complexity now of all these AI capabilities, all these AI tools. And we're going to lead into the second challenge. The ability to sell, capturing these limited budgets in these crowded marketplaces. So here's my favorite slide buried somewhere in the middle of 20 minutes. Okay? This is about shortlists. You should be caring about shortlists because they are shrinking. Just in 1 year, we've gone from 4 to 7 products to the majority of companies only shortlisting 1 to 3. that's a short list for sure. And so how do you stand out? How do you get to be the top 3 on the list? Especially when you're in an early nascent category, a very, very crowded category. So if you're not on the top 3, then you need to think about, how do I start to leverage buyer intent signals and signals out in the market to intercept those companies that are just going to go to the top 3 shortlist? You're going to have to stand out. You're going to have to get creative. You're going to have to focus more in on your target market and really know your value proposition for them. And be creative. So the other piece on the buying side is that, and this is the sales teams, you can feel at least a little kumbaya in that it's getting harder. So the amount of time, this is year on year, for a $20,000 ASP, the buying time increased 41%. 41%. So now you think of the productivity of your sales and marketing teams, and now your buying process just extended 41%. So how are you taking control of the buying process? How are you pushing those customers to get into POCs earlier than they ever have? How do you manage more sales cycles if you're not increasing your win rates? Or maybe you need to be able to focus more in on higher quality deals and getting customers out in the discovery process because the buying process is taking longer and the C-suite's involved. Huge increase here. C-suite involvement in purchasing decisions is up 14% year on year. IT teams no longer can sign the check without somebody, likely the CFO, having a look at it. Or maybe they're using one of these outsourced buying platforms as well that are becoming more and more popular. Vendor, Tropics, those folks. And so what do you do about that? Now you've got more people in your persona list, in your buying process that you have to think about. And I'm going to give a shout out to my friends over at 6 Sense. I was at a conference they were running a couple weeks ago, and they talked about how they were automating the inclusion of the CFO. And I just have to say, it's a cruel world. It's pretty darn funny. So including the CFO in stage 2 of the buying process. So if you're running MedPick or Medic, and you're looking for the economic buyer, you're going to be wanting to do that in the early stages of the sales process. And running targeted ads, likely on LinkedIn, to the economic buyer. You've got to engage them in the cycle. You've got to be comfortable getting your sales teams in front of them or doing CFO to CFO introductions. You're going to have to figure out how to get to the economic buyer, which is harder. Probably another reason why the sales cycles are longer. So it's harder. Good news is more people are spending. They're spending on AI. Not so great news. It's taking longer. More people involved in the buying process. Last piece here. And when you're thinking about, as a CFO or CEO or your go-to-market teams, it's about time to value. So the big aha here is that buyer expectations are not being met. 78% of buyers want to see ROI within the first 6 months of purchase. Yet only 44% are actually seeing it. That's a big gap. And the worst part about this is if you don't deliver on your sales promise of delivering value, you've just radically increased the possibility of that customer churning. So what are you going to do, right? And it's for the team one that was like AI products, the challenge is even harder because 67% of them expect that AI is going to deliver a faster result than a non-AI product. So here's what I would encourage folks to think about. How do you work with your product teams to get customers to value faster? That onboarding process that used to occur where sales would sell and then you'd hand it over to a CSM team and they do the implementation and planning and the buyer is paying for software for 3 months before the software is actually running, that can't happen anymore. You need to be thinking about how do I get my customers in the product during the buying cycle? How do we run programs like a PLG motion that onboards them to that first point of value as fast as possible? And if your product development teams can't build it, then use one of these digital adoption platforms to drive the users to the right places to get them to success. And track it. So if the expectations that you're setting for the customer is they'll get to value in a month, then you should have milestones in the product adoption, mix panel, whatever you're using, to be able to see where they are in that adoption. And if they're not, then get more people involved. I know that we're, one of the nice things, I've been at G2 for 6 weeks. And so I get to learn all the things I didn't know that I thought, when I thought I knew G2 really well. And the one thing that I've been telling every G2 customer is that if you haven't yet integrated G2 reviews with one of these digital adoption platforms, do it right now, because it gets your reviews to be always on. That's our time to value promise. And so how do I make sure that my customers are doing that so they're seeing that value right away and not waiting to run a review campaign or running an outreach campaign with our team? So really think about the right paths in that onboarding process, understand what value is, and then make sure the customer knows that they've reached that milestone. So what automation communications could you put in place to say, congratulations, you've reached milestone 1. This is what you should be expecting in terms of value. That can be automated. So make sure it's in their face and they know it and they see it. And if they haven't seen it, then they should be reaching back out to you. All right, so that was a fast 20 minutes running through 3 key lessons that we're seeing in the world of buying behavior. And so, as we saw, AI is driving new purchases. AI capabilities in existing products. A lot of the big winners are in sales and marketing tech, but also in engineering. That the buying process is getting harder. There's less access to minimum budgets because the short list has shrunk. Short lists are shrinking. Economic buyers are more involved at lower price points, and so you have to build the economic buyer into your go-to-market messaging, likely the CFO. And last but not least is how do you think about delivering time to value more quickly? So automating through product innovation, leveraging these onboarding type platforms to notify your customers when they've hit the milestones that are truly delivering ROI. That's what I had. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can see us at the G2 booth. Thank you. Can I get a hand to come down the stairs?
Please welcome to the stage Siki Chen, founder and CEO at Runway.
Hello. Thanks for coming to my very sponsored TED Talk today. I am surprised that at a SaaS conference, people want to hear about story, but that's what we'll be talking about. So I imagine you probably don't know who I am at all, but I'm Siki. I used to work at Zynga and Postmates, and I used to run a company called Sandbox VR, and now I run a company called Runway.com. We're a next-generation finance platform. And about 6 months ago or so, we started working with a really impactful person, which I'll talk about, that helps us tell stories. And the impact has been so high that I thought I would share some of those learnings with you, because I really think it affects everything that you do in a company. So we're about 4 years old now. And we went to general availability about 2 months ago, and we did this launch. And so, before this, we did have about 100 customers, so AngelList and Superhuman and a bunch of other great companies run their business on Runway. But when we did this launch, we actually got 10% of the impressions of the iOS 18 AI launch. So at the time, they had about 10 million views, and we did about 1 million views on our video for a finance product no one's ever heard of. So we're pretty happy with those outcomes, but how do we do it? And I could talk about the meetings and the tactics that we went through, but I think that's less interesting than what was the core of what made this happen. And the core of that was actually the story itself. And I'm a person who always believed that stories were powerful. They're an important part of what you do as a founder. You tell a story when you sell your product to a customer or to an investor when you're fundraising or you're trying to recruit somebody to join your company. So I thought it was important, but then I met this guy. Around January of this year, we met, and he became enamored with what we do and our mission and decided to help us for free, we paid him later, to hone our story. And we worked on this over a course of 4 months or so, multiple hours a week. And so he was producer of House of Cards and Hunger Games and ran Miramax and Lionsgate. So he really understands story. And what I got from this person is that actually I thought stories were important. They're actually even more important than I thought they were, because the default way people think about story is that it's one of the things you do in your company, right? So you write code, you design the product, you sell it, you have marketing, and you tell a story there, and then you tell a story to your investors. But I think the right way to think about story isn't as one of the things that you do. I think it's actually should be the core of everything that you do. Because when you think of story as just a marketing or a brand message, but it's not deep about who you are, why you exist, what you value, who you hire, then you end up with something incoherent. And famously, one of Enron's values was to have integrity. And so it's important to have a coherent story. And this framework that really crystallized for me is this framework from Lulu Chung, who was a CMO of Activision, and also was one of the co-founders of SaaStr. And instead of thinking about story as one of the things you do in a company, a more interesting way of thinking about story is as a series of concentric circles. It starts with the CEO or founder. You have this idea about the world. There is some meaning about why you're doing what you're doing. And that same story goes to the leadership team. Then it goes to the wider team. Then it goes to your customers. And then it goes to an entire world. And if you think about it that way, everybody hears the same story. And that's how you end up with something cohesive. So the reason why I think stories are so impactful is that I think stories deeply define what makes us even human. If you think about what started humanity, it's tribes, right? And the invention of language, of speech, allowed us to tell stories to people within earshot. That's what allowed for us to organize people into tribes. And then when that spoken word became language and writing, now we can transmit those stories to people outside of earshot and create civilizations. And as those stories went beyond the just tribes and nations, that they stuck with the passage of time, that's how cultures are created. I think stories are pretty fundamental to what makes us human, and that's why it's so impactful and important. And what happens when you find the right story, and this happened to us, is that you find a thing that only you get to say. And that's super important because we build finance software. This is an incredibly old, incredibly competitive space. I've never done any kind of B2B company at all. I've been a three-time founder, four-time CEO. Everything I've done before is consumer. So getting people to remember us and to break through the noise is actually incredibly difficult. But more importantly, you get to attract people who are there for the right reasons, who aren't just like there because of what you do, but why you're doing it. I remember really early on in Runway's history when our product was very bad and didn't do much at all, customers would still come to us and say, it's OK, we just believe in what you're doing. And that's magical. And you get to move faster because when you look left and look right, everyone's here for the same reason. And you know that. You get to move a lot faster. So how do you find the right story? What are the things I've learned from Wolfgang and do this? So basically it comes down to three things. You have to choose the right conflict. And you have to be really honest about your villain in the story. And then you want to find the thing that only you can say. So how do you actually do this? So the framework I was taught is there's 3 layers to a story. And people are generally familiar with the first 2 layers. The first layer is content. It's a plot. It's what's happening in the story. The second layer is a layer of emotion. It's what the characters are feeling and what you, through these characters as the audience, are also feeling. And the third layer is less well known. But it is sort of the feeling when you watch a movie or you have a story and there's something deeper going on. You can't quite put your finger on it, the subtext of it. And Wolfgang described this as a conflict between worldviews. And depending on the story that you're telling, the conflict between worldviews can be quite different. And ultimately, with a startup or in business, the conflict between worldviews is usually between what's called a global dominant worldview and a global underdog worldview. What does that mean? So the global dominant worldview is basically the default state of the world. It's what everyone believes before you. It is incredibly reasonable, incredibly seductive. And in most stories, the interesting thing is it feels so innocuous, it feels so reasonable, but that is actually the worldview held by the villain of a story. And the underdog worldview is the opposite of that. And the underdog worldview is able to see through the seductive, subtle lies in the global dominant worldview, and it can imagine something better, a better world as we had. And usually, in most stories, this is a worldview held by the protagonist, the hero of the story. And what a story is it plays out this conflict between worldviews through the eyes of a single character. You know, think about a simple example like Star Wars. It's a conflict between a worldview of order and control and freedom. But this conflict is played out through the eyes of one person, Luke Skywalker, and that's what makes the story a story. So this is actually deceptively difficult to get right, and actually pretty difficult to explain in about 15 minutes. So come talk to us, come talk to me after if you want to hear a bit more about this. But let me give you a real-life example of how our story evolved from this framework at Runway. So this is a story that basically I started with for why we founded Runway. And the bad guy is basically this idea that finance is super complicated. But that's OK, because not everybody in a company needs to understand finance. We have really great finance professionals who are trained to understand finance. We have great software for help them do their work. And so everyone can be heads down and do what we're good at, design, engineering. And our underdog worldview is that actually, no, it's important for everyone to understand finance. And the reason why is because even non-finance folks have to make so many decisions. And without understanding the business, it's difficult for them to move fast and make the right decisions. And the reason why this is happening, the reason why people throughout the company don't understand the business or finance is because the tools aren't good enough. And like, that's not a bad story. It's probably, you know, in terms of quality, like the default amount of goodness when you start a company, because you're seeing something wrong in the world and you're trying to create something new. But what we didn't realize is that we actually created a straw man without even knowing it. Because if you really think about it, we were really honest about the world. Who's saying be a cog in a machine? You know, just stay heads down, focus on your part of it. And no one. Actually, if you look at the marketing websites of the incumbent competitors in finance, they're actually saying the opposite. They're saying be collaborative, be strategic. So we ended up with a message that is the same message as everybody else. And that's what happens when we're not able to be as honest and generous to that global dominant worldview as we can. Because if you think about it, what makes a story believable? Some of the best stories involve villains that are sympathetic, that have real motivations. And when the villains are believable, that's what makes the heroes believable, and that's what makes a story believable. And so getting the villain right is actually deceptively difficult and more important than I expected. And when you're having it, when you feel like you have it, it feels like you didn't make something new up. It feels like you already have it. And you found the words to tell the truth that you already know that only you could tell. So I won't go into details of how we got here over the course of 4 very painful and frustrating months. But this is our current dominant worldview, which is that finance has never been under more pressure to be more strategic and more collaborative. And thankfully, we have great products today to help with this. These products are built for finance teams to save them time, give them more control, make things more automated. So now they can be finally freed up to do the real strategic work. And what I love about this is I could credibly run the marketing team of one of my competitors and say, this is like a marketing message. And not only would it be good, it is actually a marketing message. And I feel like we've done them the service of being generous, sufficiently generous for them. And our underdog view points out the subtle lie here. And the subtle lie is that it's true that finance has never been under more pressure to be strategic, more collaborative. But software built just for finance to save time, to give them more control, is actually table stakes. It's not enough to create strategic impact. Why is that? Because if you want to create that kind of impact, you have to collaborate with the company. And collaboration requires context. People need to understand how the business works, what's going on. And you can share every spreadsheet you want, open up every source of data. It doesn't matter if people on the other end don't understand what they're looking at. And that's the feeling that people have when you get a spreadsheet for the first time. And so what we realize is that creating understanding is actually at the heart of what we do at Runway. And when we realized that, it really changed everything, not just the product, not just the story, but it went as deep as our values. We have 4 values at Runway. It's give a shit, build trust, raise the bar, and create clarity is one of them. And this is a commitment that inside and outside through our product, we want to make things more understandable. And it flows naturally from the strategic narrative. It's changed how we hire as well because we hire against these values. It's changed how we operate. So when we think of our messaging, whether it's something as small as a tweet to as large as a case study, we're looking at it from the consistent lens of how have we increased the understanding, made things more clear for this company, and what is the impact of that? Obviously, that has also changed how we sell and how we talk to customers. And it's changed how we build the product. It's changed everything. So one of the more difficult things when you're thinking about building a product is, what are the table stakes features that is required for functionality for you to be able to get your foot in the door? And what is differentiating? What is the one reason why people would buy your thing and not the other thing? And knowing the answer for us was so impactful because now we know that these are the features. If it increases understanding beyond other platforms, that is a differentiating feature. We should allocate sufficient time on those things. It changed where we're going. So now everyone at Runway not only knows why we exist, but how we're going to get there. What is our answer to the question of understanding? Because we are about understanding, we realize that we can't just build a workflow tool. Because the way people understand things isn't through just passive consumption. It's through things like playing with things, experimenting. And so building a tool for thought, that's why people love to use Excel. And we need to build something that is the most convenient thing that people reach for first. That's how we actually create this understanding. So I'll leave you with this. This is a process. It is deceptively difficult. When you know you found the right story, there were some signs that Wolfgang explained to me as I was being very frustrated in this process, which all turned out to be true. The first thing is, it doesn't feel new. It doesn't feel made up. And you immediately start using it everywhere naturally, organically, because you learn something. It's like a discovery. So when we had this, I immediately started changing the words I use in the next meeting, in the next customer call. And it feels like something I've always known. It was something deeply personal to me. I couldn't quite articulate it, and now we made it real in the form of words. And more importantly, your customers feel more deeply understood. We have our conversation with our customers, and we talk about, OK, everyone is saying the same thing. You want the thing. It's not doing it. Why? And we explain how this works, and they feel a deeper level of understanding than they had before. So that's my talk. Thanks for coming. If you want to hear more about Runway or storytelling, we have a booth over there. And I'll be here all afternoon. Thanks for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our show is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Nicole Baer, CMO at Carta.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I am Nicole Baer. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for Carta. Carta is an incredible company. I have several Cartans in the audience right here. We make software that powers private markets, including cap table management. So if you're a founder, not yet on a cap table, don't have that going, make sure you stop by our booth. We have QR codes and you can get on our platform for free, and you can get a cookie while you're there. I have spent the better part of 25 years in tech, and I can say that AI is the most disruptive thing I will probably ever see in my career. It's definitely a game changer. And nearly 60% of marketers feel a lot of pressure to understand AI, whether that's to preserve their jobs, to do their jobs better. There's just a lot of confusion out there around how to incorporate AI into your marketing programs, and I'm going to try to dispel some of that myth today. And there's a reason that we should feel this pressure. Marketing teams that have integrated AI into their operations are 2.5 times more performant than teams that have not. So we all got to get on this as marketers. So no surprise, the things that are relevant in marketing for AI are the same things that you probably have been hearing all day about AI elsewhere. It's great for things that require pattern recognition, are tedious, but interestingly enough, things that are very expensive. So I'll talk about that today. I'm going to talk about 3 sort of vectors around AI because it's a huge topic. So we're going to focus on why you should use AI for market research, AI as a creative partner, and your advantage as a startup, assuming that, how many of you are startups in the audience? You have a huge advantage with AI in marketing, and we'll talk about that. My first recommendation is to use AI for market research that's typically very expensive. So if you've ever done product market fit research, brand strategy, looking at new markets to enter, it can be 6 to 7 figures to work with a firm like Cantor, Ipsos, Slalom, et cetera. And they're all great, and they'll do great work. But one of the things that I experience as a CMO is that kind of womp womp moment when, like, 6 months after you've spent $500,000 or whatever it may be, you feel like that research has gotten stale. Maybe you want to use it in a different way. So rather than having to go back to the well, synthetic market research by firms like Evidenza, that's the one that's sort of the most prominent on the scene right now, can help you take that research that you already did and extrapolate it in new ways. Let's say you had a data set from the market research you did, and it was 100 people in the data set. They can make, the AI can make it 1,000 or 10,000. It can also look at how you can use the research in new markets, new channels, et cetera. So this is like tremendously exciting to me because it kind of, it kind of goes across all 3 vectors of pattern recognition, tedium, and expensive. So this area is very ripe for disruption. Secondly, I'm sure everyone in this audience has been using AI for creative in some way. My mom used like Midjourney for something the other day. Okay, so we're all doing it. At Carta, we use it for ideation, for concept extension, and we also use it in some very specific and practical ways, including how we do editing. So this is our podcast, shameless plug for the Data Minute, our podcast, and our insights team, Peter Walker, who is a hero of the startups world, everything around fundraising. He's actually at our booth today, so if you want to go and talk to him about anything, he's there. But he has an incredibly popular podcast called The Data Minute, and we do a lot of the work on this podcast with AI. So the subtitling you're seeing, obviously, different aspect ratios, you can localize through AI, but all the data cuts that you're seeing as well are run through AI. Of course, we have a human look at it at the end, and I'm going to talk about why I think that's so important. And this is really the watch out in any ways that you're using AI for creative, which is context collapse. How many of you have heard about context collapse? Anyone? You can read more about it on the Algorithmic Justice League website. Essentially what it talks about is AI's inability to really hold the full context, and what we're talking about today is marketing, but the full context of marketing and what it creates. And so that means that you will see some of the weird emails you might get that are AI-driven. That's not hallucination, that's the inability for AI to hold the full context, and that is what we do as marketers. We hold the full context of whatever is going into market. So that's a big watch out to make sure that you protect your brand. So my third recommendation is make sure you use AI in your favor. So at Carta, we found that AI overviews, which are the summaries you see at the top of the page when you do a query on Google, on a topic that's complex, Google will return to you an AI summary. And we were like nervous because we rely very heavily on our organic traffic because our editorial content is very complex, it's expert, it's authoritative. And we were worried that Gemini would favor AI content, that we would start to have fewer people actually going to the website with a summary on top. No, this was a delightful outcome. We were like thrilled. We have better traffic, we have more click-throughs, and it's really been a huge benefit to us. So looking at where you can get that wedge for organic traffic in the world of AI as opposed to having to do that through paid, which we all can get behind. 2 other ways in which you have an advantage as a startup. You are not as locked into the traditional power players in marketing. Ad agencies, brand, creative, all of these like big behemoth institutions of marketing, you really don't need them anymore. And that's a huge benefit compared to an enterprise company. It's oftentimes locked into multi-year agency contracts. I would also say your MarTech stack can be much lighter, leaner, more purpose-built. I'm seeing incredible technology for marketing mix modeling with companies like Hockey Stack and Alembic that let you do so much more than you can do with a traditional tech stack. So you get to rebuild your tech stack in the modern era of AI marketing. Of course, like no secret, but I feel like I should act like it's a secret. Many enterprise companies, all the things that I just talked about, they're challenged to move as quickly with AI because they have InfoSec requirements. They don't want AI getting trained on their data set, et cetera. So you have like the mover advantage here in how you can design your MarTech stack. My final thoughts. First of all, there's this whole new class of marketing roles that are called marketing agents. Has anyone heard about this? It feels a little bit matrixy. But essentially, they are marketers who entirely train data sets. That is what they do. So that the AI can be, like, you can have less friction with AI, ideally over time, fewer human eyeballs, and that AI can kind of get it right and really hold your brand, hold that context as you start to put work out in market. So this is really important. The other thing I would highly recommend that you do is that you start to have AI-related recruiting questions with any marketing role that you have. Any new marketer should be able to talk about how they've used AI, the way that they see AI being applicable at your company, and how they've used it in the past. So I would add that to your set of recruiting questions about any marketing role that comes in. And lastly, I would be disloyal to my fellow marketers, but I also feel like this is very true. You have to have eyeballs on what is coming through your AI for marketing before you ship it. You have to. Otherwise, you could do brand damage, and it's really not worth it. You still need to have somebody be looking at what you do. And that's it. Please make sure you come by our Carta booth. As I said, we have QR codes for our product launch, which is free for starters to get their cap table going. And we also have photo cookies that are really cool. If you're here with a co-founder and you want to bite their head off, now is the time. Go get a cookie, bite their head off. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Joshua Wood, Director of Business Travel at Booking.com for Business, and Eleonora Palmero, Senior Product Manager at Booking.com for Business.
Perfect. Hello. Thank you for having us. We're happy to talk to you about experimentation today and A/B testing and innovation. Because for those of you that don't know, A/B experimentation is the heart of innovation at Booking.com. Over the last 15 plus years, we've run tens of thousands of experiments, all aimed at improving our customers' experiences and making a better product for them. So, how are we going to start this or talk about experimentation? We're going to tell you a little bit about the 5 things that we've learned over those last 15 plus years. And lesson number 1.
Yes, lesson number 1 is you are probably wrong. And to showcase this learning, we want to do a game with you, which Josh is going to introduce.
Yeah, so if everyone can stand up, we're going to play a game. This requires audience participation. Everyone stand up. You can't win if you stay sitting down. OK, great. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you 2 versions of our website. One version performed better than the other. Your job is to determine which one was better. So on the first one, if you think the base was better, raise your left hand. If you think variant was better, raise your right hand. So in base, you couldn't change your search. Then we allowed you to change your search. What do you think's better? Make your final guesses. You're right. Base was better. If you got it wrong, sit down. If you got it right, stay standing up. Yay, you get to win standing up. Whoa. OK, next one. So we know when you're traveling for business, a lot of times you need a meeting room. And also, hotels that have meeting rooms tend to be better for business. So we added a search filter for meeting rooms. If you think not having a search filter for meeting rooms was better, put up your left hand. Otherwise, put up your right hand. OK, everyone votes. Not having a search filter was better. Sit down if you got it wrong. Next one.
OK, we have the next experiment, which is about giving inspiration to other users. This is the landing page, so it's the beginning of the funnel. In the variant, we have the destination at the center of the user experience. So we have a map, a picture of the destination. So do you think that base was best for the customers or variant? All right.
OK.
Let's see the result. Variant.
Variant was better.
OK, next experiment.
Next. You're traveling for work. One of the things you need to do is get an invoice for your company. We collect that information on checkout. Do you think adding some fields to checkout as you're going through the purchase process, do you think that was better for customers or worse? If you think it's better, raise your right hand, worse, left hand. OK? It was better. If you got it wrong, sit down. Next one.
Next experiment is in the property page. So in the base, in the room type, we don't have any picture, while in the variant, we have pictures. Which one do you think was best? Base, left hand, variant, right hand. Please make a vote. And was best. Base. All right.
Do we have anyone left standing?
We don't have any extra player.
Yeah.
Sure.
We can skip to the next thing then, which is,
all right.
You're probably wrong.
So we jump to the conclusion of this game, because even if all of you are sitting now, don't worry, it's kind of normal, because 9 out of 10 experiments fail for users. So 9% of product decisions have an conclusive or negative effect on the primary metric. But don't worry if you're wrong, because
yeah, it's better to be wrong and really wrong than be sort of kind of right. What do I mean by that? Well, I would much rather know that I'm wrong than think I'm right. Because if I know I'm wrong, I can change. I don't have to keep doing the same wrong thing. I can change my approach. I can pivot. I can innovate. A perfect example of that is an experiment I ran early in my career as a product manager at Booking. And it is by far the most impactful in a negative way experiment I've ever run. So what we did was we developed an algorithm that understood what kind of room you were likely to book. So we would show you on the hotel page, and we would say, hey, Eleonora, this room is perfect for you.
Thank you.
Sounds brilliant, right? We all want personalization. We all want AI. Let's deploy it to our customers. So because that experiment was a bit computationally intensive, we actually ran an ABC experiment. A was we did nothing. B, we did the calculation, understood what room Eleonora would pick, but not display, not tell her. And then C was display that room and tell Eleonora. Within a few days, telling Eleonora that this room is perfect for you meant that Eleonora left our site. And if she didn't leave our site, she actually picked any other room than the one we told her was perfect for her. I said to my back-end dev, clearly our algorithm is wrong. We've got this wrong. But he was smarter than me. He recorded, if we did the calculation but didn't show it, he recorded what our calculation was and what users would pick. And the end result was, if we didn't tell you what room to pick, our algorithm was right 95% of the time. You would pick that room. If we told you what to pick, you would pick anything else and often leave our site. Where we eventually got to was, instead of saying that this room is perfect for Eleonora, we said these rooms are perfect for people like you, right? Give you some choice, give you some agency. But we would have never gotten there without knowing in the very beginning that we were clearly wrong. Lesson 3.
Lesson 3 is minimum effort, maximum results. So we have seen via the game that it's very difficult to get it right. So what we suggest here is to try as many options as possible, doing the minimum development, test it, and iterate until you cannot improve it any furtherly. So here the message is really learn and fail as fast as possible, which is nothing else than the essential base of minimum viable product or minimum lovable product. So you just test the minimum that you can, and then you see what it works for our customers. Next, learning is about better data. Of course, we talk about experimentation. We cannot skip the data side, smaller teams, and higher velocity. Experimentation has really the power to change any organization structure. And I would like to share with you the story of the development partner, which is developing Booking.com for business in partnership with Booking.com. This company is called Circle. It's based out of New Zealand. Before experimentation, Circle was using observational data to define insights and was very expert in enterprise software development, but not having an experience on consumer software development. So 2 years ago, they heavily invested in data tooling, data infrastructure, training. And after 2 years, we are able to run experiments every day, and the organization has been reorganized, rearranged into small teams, self-sufficient. So the learning here is that from the business outcome point of view, the company was able to create a value of millions of incremental dollars of value and save millions of potential loss. So what's just started as a change, at product level, in reality changed the structure of the organization. Next, learning.
And the final lesson is budget for failure. Failure is learning. And I can tell you, as a father whose son just started university, learning is freaking expensive, right? Like, you have to pay a lot of money to learn. But you do it because you know that that investment will eventually pay off. And what do I mean by budget for failure? At Booking, we actually have a budget associated with negative experimentation. We know that it will cost a certain amount of money, and we continue to invest. An example of that is, again, from business travel. We created a filter for budgets. We know if you're traveling for business, often you're traveling on a budget. It's never a high enough budget. Believe me, I'm staying at the Goodnight Inn. So anyway, that's not a joke. I'm really staying there, along with my team. But what you want to do is you want to budget for those failures. So it took us over 6 months to develop a budget feature that was beneficial to our customers. That was more than 6 years ago, and that filter is still in use. So that initial investment we made, those 6 months of iteration and learning what worked and what didn't work, paid off into a feature that's still there today. So with that, the recap of the 5 lessons are: you're probably wrong. Being really wrong is better than being kind of right. Minimum effort, maximum results. Better data equals smaller teams and higher velocity, and budget for failure. So we'd love to thank you for coming to our talk. If you'd like to learn more about experimentation, come visit us at our booth. We'll also talk to you more about Booking.com for business. And you have an opportunity to win a trip to Amsterdam, and we'll talk about experimentation together at our Booking.com headquarters. So, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Please welcome to the stage Sarah Julin, VP Product Management at Dialpad, and Fabrice Delamia, Senior Director of Product Management at Dialpad.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Julin. I'm on the product team at Dialpad. This is my colleague.
Hi, I'm Fabrice Delamia. Good to meet you guys.
Today, we're going to be talking about transforming into an AI-driven enterprise, using our own story at Dialpad as an example and sharing some lessons learned from how we got to where we are today. So going back a little bit in time, Dialpad has actually been building and investing in AI for about 6 years, starting with an integration and eventual acquisition of a company called TalkIQ. They offered real-time transcription and natural language processing, and we run that on top of our business communications platform. And we've been continuing to sort of build and enhance these AI capabilities since that time, and also continuing to grow a corpus of now over 6 billion minutes of business conversation data. And then,
in 2022, OpenAI launched ChatGPT. And as you can imagine, that has nothing to do with Dialpad, right? It's obviously a different company. And they opened API so that you could run AI on top of it. So what does it mean for us? Like, kind of 5 years of innovation got pretty much wiped out overnight. Anybody could have access to AI features. And so we had a big know what moment, right? Where we really start thinking, what are we going to do now, right? What is the future of a company when we build all that innovation around AI ourselves? So after some soul searching, as you can imagine, we thought about approaching it in 2 different fashions. One that was going to be very urgent, very tactical, in order to block and to neutralize the competition. And another one that was going to be a longer avenue toward our next AI strategy. And so that was quite liberating to actually rationalize that in 2 different tracks. So we decided to go very quick as the competition, and use third-party AI API as well. So we used, in our case, Google Vertex and Gemini, and we really tried to go as fast as possible. Understanding the volume is going to be low, so even if there were costs associated to it, that was going to be OK. Even if there were going to be some security, exposure, sending data to a third party, all of that is going to be OK because it was only going to be for a proof of concept, POC, low volume, short in time. So we did that. And obviously, we cherry-picked a few features that were going to become more and more table stake, right? So transcribing a voicemail, everybody had it. OK, we're going to use a third party to do that. Even doing a summary at the end of a call, same thing. Every vendor, third-party competitor was doing the same thing. So we did that with third-party as well. And we also knew that all of our competitors were using the same tool that we were using. So it was 100% neutralization. We were not going to fall behind the competition. That was track number 1.
And at the same time, obviously, we wanted to make sure we were investing in a strategy for long-term differentiation. Because as Fabrice mentioned, a lot of those neutralization efforts, they weren't going to be what we could build a unique Dialpad special business on top of. And so when we looked at where we wanted to go in the long run, there were a couple of things that stood out to us. One, it was very clear that we needed to leverage things that were unique to Dialpad. The first being that conversational data set that I mentioned. In the world of AI, data is really king. And so that seemed very clear to us as a way where if we can leverage that data set to build unique and differentiated AI capabilities on top of that, that would be a moat that we could defend. The second thing was we focused on applications of AI that were still core to our business and our customers' pain points. So a good example of this is we're in the communication space. One of the really common, really arduous tasks that a lot of contact center managers have to do in a quality management standpoint is listen to call recordings and then grade the calls afterwards. It's really, really time consuming. It's very manual. But it's something that has to be done. And so to us, that was an obvious opportunity for AI to offer automation to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of that activity. So that's a capability that we built out leveraging AI. We also invested in a large language model that was proprietary to Dialpad. We call it Dialpad GPT. And we used that to enhance and build on top of some of the initial neutralization efforts that Fabrice had talked about to make them more differentiated and unique. So the best example of this is that we now use Dialpad GPT to generate those call summaries, and because it uses our business conversation data, the call summaries are more accurate and more precise to our specific use case. So we know that this is our story, and every company's story is going to be unique. We don't pretend to have all the answers, but we thought what we would do, given our experience and that you all are here wondering, like, okay, AI is probably entering your industry, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here today talking about these topics. But how can you kind of learn from this example and apply that to your own business? So we've taken out some generalized lessons, and we're going to share those with you now. So on the first track, we still think it's really relevant to think about, okay, if AI is entering your industry, how can you neutralize that threat and make sure that you don't become basically a dinosaur overnight in terms of keeping up with the times and keeping up with your competition and how they're behaving in the market. So the first thing to look at is making sure you are kind of looking around you, looking at your customers. How are they talking about AI? What kind of capabilities are they rolling out? How are they rolling them out, and how quickly? If you're able to roll out AI capabilities super quickly, there's a good chance that they're leveraging those off-the-shelf technologies, and that's going to become a table stakes capability within your industry and not really an opportunity to differentiate. So those are the things where, again, you would look at how can I kind of leverage the same technologies and just make sure that I'm keeping up with the times and neutralizing those threats in the near term.
And in parallel, you probably want to think about your strength, but think about your strength from an AI framework. Think about what you have that maybe your competition doesn't have. Think about maybe a large data set. And when we say large, it might be medium size, right? As long as the data set is good and very specific to your own business and your own use case, it's going to be way better to train your model versus like an off-the-shelf AI model that would be using the entire internet, right? So you may have smaller data, but way more accurate data. And that would be a strength, for instance. Do you have as well, high volume of, some features that requires a lot of high volume of manual work? If you think about the job to be done, if you think about the persona for which you're building your product, what are the opportunities for automation? What are the opportunities within your core product, which is your own features that would benefit from automation that AI could do, right? So it's really reframing your product by thinking AI first in that case.
So before we kind of wrap things up, we also wanted to share a couple of lessons that we learned in our own experience. We're not necessarily the end-all, be-all. We're still continuing to evolve our AI strategy as well. But there have been some things that we've learned as we've rolled out these capabilities and helped our customers adopt this technology as well that we thought might be useful to share. So we think of it really as kind of both art and science. So on the art side, as your R&D teams are sort of busy executing on the strategy that you had defined in the earlier parts of our presentation, the other piece of the puzzle is to remember that at the end of the day, the people selling this within your company, the people talking to your customers and prospective customers are human too. Your sales reps, your customer success reps, your support agents, and they're going on this AI evolution as well. They're sort of learning about this technology at the same time as you're building these capabilities. So it's really important to make sure that you're empowering them with proper training and the right collateral so that they can evangelize your story in a really differentiated way. And at the same time, your customers, there's people on the other side of the computer as well. And we have found in our own experience, we're in a B2B business, and we have found that one of the biggest challenges with rolling out AI-based software in companies is that there's a lot of resistance to change, and especially with new types of technologies where people aren't sure like what might be the security or the legal ramifications. Like, how do you sell that technology to the business unit leaders and the IT managers and the legal departments? You really have to empower those champions with the collateral and the knowledge and the know-how to talk about AI and its benefits in a really compelling way within their own organizations to drive awareness and adoption.
And remember, obviously, to differentiate, you have to tell a different story, right? So thinking about the different proof points that you may have. that you have found during your strategy research, like be the model, the data set, the purpose-built features, you have to align with your marketing department and make sure that those are the stories you start telling. So that would require a culture shift sometime, where even within your R&D department, you're going to have to start thinking AI first, recognizing those features, prioritizing those features, and now aligning with marketing and your early adopters to tell that story. Those proof points are going to be in the ROI. Those proof points are going to be in your early adapters, in the success stories that you start building. And you might need to over-rotate a little bit at the beginning to start telling a story that's more compelling than your competition. Because at the end of the day, we strongly believe that AI is not going to take your job, but your competitors using AI will. And with that, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Durrani Pitts, Vice President and Business Partner Manager at Fidelity. Please welcome to the stage John Kelly, CRO at Remote.
All righty. Microphone working? Microphone working? Yeah, the first announcement wasn't the right one. The second one was me. And as you can tell, I look exactly the same as I always have. How's that picture? I wish I looked like that. My wife wishes I looked like that. I had hair at one point, but that was a long time ago. I think I look a little bit more like that, right? My name is John Kelly. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer for a company called Remote, and I think what you really need to know about me and the company is this. I don't even want to tell you how long I've been doing this. We started with a little company called Oracle. Back when the company was very small, just a couple thousand employees. My employee ID number is 9844. We used to go sequential. I'm pretty sure Larry and company would be at like 8 billion, 432,000, et cetera. But that's where I grew up. And over the last 30 years, yes, 30 years, I know I look much younger than that, started 8 different companies or been one of the founders, 6 exits or outcomes, run multi-billion-dollar divisions for Oracle, multi-billion-dollar divisions for SAP, spent some time with Larry, with a guy named Bill McDermott before he went over to ServiceNow, et cetera. Bottom line is I love scaling businesses. I love growing businesses. I like the entrepreneurial side, and SaaStr is a great place to be. I have made, seen, participated in more fun things, mistakes, probably ways of doing things that I wouldn't do again. And I thought I'd talk about a couple of them. And maybe you will all nod your head and say, yeah, John, been there, done that. And or maybe I'll save you 1 or 2 things. The first mistake, and this is happening all the time right now. This is just massively, massively challenging. Misalignments between your different departments and teams. Now, when you think about this, right, sales and marketing and product and engineering, everybody's out there doing all these wonderful things, and they're really talented. I hate to say it, but when I started back in the 80s, there weren't as many great people around, right? Tech was a little bit less mainstream. And here's what's even worse, right? Look at all those different buckets, and then we get Toolorama. By the way, I'm an engineer by background and trade originally, not just that sales guy, but I still look at your tech stack today. So as you go around that wheel, you're going to recognize a lot of different like knobs and dials. So whether you're using Gmail or whether you're using Notion or whether you're using Slack or whatever it is, each one of those systems is a system of record. They want to be the single source of truth. You're trying to integrate all this. You got all these different teams. So it was really tough, whether it was the first 10, 15, 20 people or the first 100, to align everybody, right? The second mistake I made very, very early on, right, is over-indexing on a single metric. So venture, I've lost track, couple hundred million, I don't know, $500, $600, $700 million in venture. And my board and everybody else goes, John, let's grow. And so what you will again see is which one of the metrics, which one of the things should I focus on, where, when, why, how? So is it bookings? Is it CAC? Is it ARR? Right? Magic numbers. All of these things apply at different times. So the next thing I did here was probably over-index on a single thing, and that also led me to the one that everybody wants to talk about all day long, which is growth. So I want to go out there. Is it bookings? Is it logos? A maniacal focus on that. And if you think about that, when you do this, what may often happen is that you forget about the real important thing. The dollar you already have. When you close a customer, protect the base, grow the base, then think net new. So you can see all these things. You're probably doing these in some form or another today. The next thing, no matter what, I laid down a technology stack that originally was very obvious. Let me pick my CRM tool, whatever it happens to be, and guess what I got up there? Those things look familiar? Very tabular, my favorite tool in the entire world. I'll go head to head with anybody in finance, Microsoft Excel, right? And off you go. And what's it doing? Rear view mirror, lagging indicators, nothing happening. I did not do anything modern, autonomous. Why are we here? AI. And last but not least, wow, people. What we do at Remote, I am the ICP. I should have bought the product every single time I started a company. Finding people, hiring people, paying people, anywhere in the world. And the point that I'm trying to get to here is all these questions. So as you're growing your businesses, how do we hire? How do we find top talent? How do we pay them? How do we remain compliant? How do we take care of taxes? All of those things. So 5 obvious little mistakes. And you can make them if you're a Fortune 100 company. You can make them as a small company. Have you done these? Have you seen these? Yeah? Yeah, come on. People have to nod your head. Come on. We've all done some or all of these. So what should you do? So here's some of my recommendations for you. This is a personal message to each one of you. You personally need to get in the game now. Now, I'm not going to do the show of hands, but if I did, how many of you are personally using AI today outside of work? I'm talking work. You can. Okay, so a lot of people are raising your hands, and that's awesome, but I don't want to like shame anybody when they don't raise their hands. You need to start learning as much as you can. There are so many sources for you to go out and pick up stuff. So you can see LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, TED Talks, YouTube, etc. Get in there. Knowledge is power, and you shouldn't be afraid of this. At the end of the day, you should all be bringing AI to the business. It's not going to take your job, but I'll tell you one thing. Right? If you are a leader, if you're a person that's driving anything within your company, you will lose your job to somebody that is using AI as a tool. So make sure that happens. Second thing, pick a GPT. Pick a GPT. How many are there? In February, I read an article, there were over 83,000 different GPTs, and there's a GPT for GPTs. Like you can slice it and dice it, it doesn't matter what it is. There's a whole list of them, so you can see DALL-E, you can see, and by the way, the video, at the very beginning, the picture of me, that was obviously AI image, all that good stuff, fun stuff. Go out and pick one, and then the other thing is, if you don't know, personalize it. Now, we standardized it at remote with ChatGPT 4.0. Wow, that was a really edgy decision. But the bottom line is you can see over here, I've gone out and I've personalized it. So I'm like, hey, here's my name, here's my rank, here's my serial number. Give me responses that are super short and sweet. I don't want long-winded responses. I want bulleted lists. This is how I consume information. Off you go to the races. So you need to go out and do this. If you haven't done it, do it. Pick a GPT, get engaged. This is my personal message to you, again, as an individual. This is super important. Okay? Become a prompt engineering expert. Okay? Basically, how do you ask questions? And if you go up on the screen, they're going, hey, here's when I first started using it. I need an agenda for my sales team meeting. That's a horrible question. You throw that out there, and it's like, what are you going to get back? A horrible response. A better question, I would say it's still horrible. Number 2, I need an agenda for my global sales team. Right? Our goal is to discuss blah, 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 blah. And you can see our fiscal year sales plan. So now I'm giving it more context. Right? Prompt engineering. This is the best one. If you do anything today, if I'm going to give you any little tidbit, that. Right? So come up with some really good prompt engineering questions, but then before you submit it, go, by the way, ask me any other questions, interview me, and I'll give you some more answers, and then the response will become even more tailored. Duh, right? My entire life I'm looking for ahas and does, right? Aha moments are so few and far between. That's a duh, but you're kind of like going, no, aha, that's awesome. Thank you, John. That's probably the only good thing about my talk is that. Anyway, next thing, and this one's blue specifically, right? I call it picking from the wheel. You're a leader, right? You're a visionary. We're all embracing new tech. We're here because we love this stuff. My thing is, pick from the wheel, and I just categorize, I'm kind of thinking 4 different buckets, like CRM or tracking customer data, finance and analytics. Down on the bottom, people and talent. On the left, tools for operations. And go out and pick a tool from different parts of the wheel, from the dartboard, whatever it is, and make sure that they have AI in them. Make sure that they're doing things on an autonomous basis. You need autonomous agents. What's the difference? Those agents are out doing things for you proactively. Between you and me, everybody see Iron Man, right? Of course, I want Jarvis. Like I want Jarvis. Now, I don't want Jarvis in my ear talking to me all the time, especially if I'm by myself at home at night and going to sleep. But I want somebody where I can say, hey, do these things, and then they're doing the work in the background. So pick tools from there, right? I was with a company called Support Logic, wickedly cool tool. We've been doing stuff like this a long time ago. But bottom line is, what was it doing? Extracting voice of customer, looking at all sorts of things using LLMs and SLMs, and we could go out and predict escalations. That was a great tool for CRM. So get things in there. By the way, remote's really good at it too. So on and so forth. So that's number 4. Number 5, This is obvious, right? But you're in control. You're in control of your destiny. So I can come up here and try and sell you on all sorts of tools and things that we do. I'm really talking to you as an individual about the importance of embracing Jarvis, embracing AI, etc. So up here, you get to decide what to ask. Don't let it control you. You get to go out there, and if you ask great questions because you're a great prompt engineer person, you're going to crush it. I ask for feedback all the time. It gives me good responses. Make sure there's this thing called hallucinations. If you're not familiar with it, look it up. But GPT and everything, they can get whacked. You can get bad answers, right? And down below, the biggest limitation is you. I will leave you with one simple comment, right? Right here. AI can give you visibility across all facets of your business in seconds or minutes. I got like a 32-page document on the state of EU and the economy, et cetera, in German. Piped it over to my friend Jarvis, again, my own little name for it. 30 seconds later, here's the 3 bullets, translates everything on the fly. And the other fun part about this is have fun. I did an internal company meeting, 2,000 people on the call. I took the transcript afterwards and I piped it over to ChatGPT and I said, hey, how did I do? What do you think? It came back and said, hey, John, you did a great job. These 3 things were awesome. By the way, you talk too much and your humor doesn't really land. Screw you, Jarvis, right? Bottom line is, thank you very much. Hopefully those 4, 5, or 6 tips will help, and don't make the mistakes I did. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I am here to talk about, oh my God, AI. How many of us have heard? It's a new term. But I'm actually here to talk to you folks about important, may not be glamorous, but a very important topic when we're thinking of AI. Data breaches, privacy, security. How do we think about that from the beginning? And I'm Amruta. I'm the Chief Product Officer of Skyflow. And a bunch of us here are part of this ecosystem. It's an exciting time, right? Generative AI is going to change how we think about software. Long time back, when SaaS had started, a bunch of us were in the same world. I'm sure every single person here is building some technology, some application, some startup that works in any of these ecosystems today. Fantastic. And what does it take to do something like this? What does generative AI models live on? What do they eat? What do they breathe? What do they do? Data. It's all about data. You're giving a model data for training, fine-tuning. You're using RAG-based systems. Context windows are increasing, so a bunch of data is going there. There's prompts that are going in. There's information that's coming out. It's all about data. The more data you give a generative AI or an LLM application, the smarter it becomes, the more it behaves the way you want it to behave. But what's in this data? A very large percentage of this data contains PII. And that is something we all need to think about very, very carefully. It could be public data sets. It could be proprietary data sets. It could be even a prompt or a document that's being pulled back by RAG and being given to the model. And yes, a lot of models may not train on this, but who knows? There might be some niche models or applications that you're using that may be doing it in the background. How do you find out? Our systems are not mature yet to be able to see what happens there. And as I always say, generative AI or an LLM model is like a baby with an elephant's brain. Never forgets anything and keeps growing and getting trained. This is what happens. PII is the target for data breaches. Some of these data breaches are very recent, compromised a lot of data. We've had even more recent ones that are not on this slide. But imagine, we are all building these applications. We are deploying them in our workforce. We are deploying them for our customers. This slide may look different next year. All of these may be model-based data breaches because there's a bunch of sensitive data in there that has been breached. I asked ChatGPT. It's like, let me ask. You guys can do the search yourself. Ask it, what data should I not send you? And this is the response you'll get. I didn't stop here. I was like, OK, tell me why. Privacy, security, ethics, data handling limitations. Pretty obvious to us and to the generative AI. And then folks were like, oh, but this is OpenAI ChatGPT. I did the same thing with Cohere. Same answer. All of these foundation models have the same answer saying, do not send us sensitive information, and this is why. Because you have to think of privacy, security, data integrity, avoid these scams and data breaches. And that's what we need to think about. And that's why these are the risks you want to be aware of. PII, sensitive data leaks, this comes from any data set. You have regulatory non-compliance. Compliance is on the type of data, not how you're using it, is the most important thing to understand. Whether I use the data to use in my structured data set to kind of do transactional things, I use it for an ML model, I use it for analytics, it is the type of data that you're using. Someone's going to come after you. They are going to pull the models out, pull out all the applications that were built on the model as soon as they figure out that there was any sensitive data used in the training of that model. Intellectual property. A bunch of enterprises and large customers I talk to are starting to think of, oh my God, I'm going to fine-tune this model. I'm going to bring in a private model, give it some own proprietary data. Think about the IP exposure. And the one thing to always think about is timelines, which we forget. I will train a model today. I may not be in the company tomorrow. That same model is going to be used 3 years from now, 4 years from now. Who knows what information was given to it? It's like my daughter, one day she's like, Mama, you said that 4 years ago. I'm like, who remembers? That's what's going to happen here. That's why you need to be worried. There's a bunch of misinformation and bias. We all know about hallucinations. There's also a lot of bias coming in from the training data. So there are multiple different ways folks are putting the data in. Sometimes we are using synthetic data. But one thing to keep in mind, synthetic data is also built from models that have bias in them. You want to be very careful about that. And also when you have large amounts of data and you are training data, what if you train a global company gives training data only from one of their geo? Imagine the type of answers that will come out of the model versus equally distributing the training data. Similarly, you have data poisoning, prompt injection. I don't know if you guys remember the whole Tay debacle with Microsoft where it was a chatbot that learned from all the bad information or tweets and they had to shut it down. I think there was a similar thing with Meta with, I think it's Gladiator or something similar where there was a model created for some scientific research and that also got poisoned. And it's all about model inversion and poisoning where you're injecting wrongful data in there and you're poisoning what someone is thinking. It's like someone just telling you bad things and then you start thinking that's true. So what do? It's disastrous. And it's not only me that's saying it. All the IT folks in a survey that Gartner did are worried about data privacy when it comes to generative AI. At the same time, this is the TRISM or the security risk model that Gartner's talking about. Look at the 3 key topics here. Make sure your inputs and outputs are out of risk. Secure your applications and protect the data. These are the 3 key things every single person using, building, or applying generative AI to anywhere in their business need to be careful about. This is a stack. I mean, we all know kind of what goes in this part, but the top part is important. It's all about the technology components you need to make sure are in your system from a risk and security management. You have your explainability transparency, model ops, making sure that there is an explainable model for you, adversarial resistance. So there's a lot of attacks happening, right? The model inversion, you can do prompt injection, a lot of things there. You want to have a prevention against that. App security, we've known about a long time. Anomaly detection and data protection. All of these, this is not like one or the other. We have to think of all 6 of these buckets when we are looking at anything there. And it's hard. We know how to do this in normal systems, but there's no rows, no columns. I can't go and say, search for Amrita in your database and go delete it. It doesn't happen that way because you just don't know. A model cannot unlearn. There's a lot of research going on right now on unlearning of a model. You can make it learn something else, but you can't unlearn something. And that's what we need to be careful about as we are starting to pump a bunch of data here until that piece comes in. And how do we do this? We know how to do this. We do this exactly the same way we've been protecting sensitive data in our existing systems. This is an IEEE paper architecture. This is pretty standard, I would say, in most companies. The data flow goes from your front end to a back end, to a database, to a warehouse, to a model, to an analytic system. And the best way to protect it based on all of these studies is isolate the data right there. As you're collecting the data, just isolate it so your downstream systems don't even have it, right? Use pseudo-anonymization, use some stand-ins so that none of your data is compromised there at all. And this is one example of how you could potentially put in a privacy gateway of some sorts. You could do this in training with your data or in inference where, let's say you have a RAG-based architecture or even a prompt. As it goes in, scan it. You can put your guardrails. You can remove the sensitive information, put some contextual stand-ins so that the LLM still understands what you're telling it. And then even as the information comes out, and this is extremely important, fine-grained access control. This is where the data leaks and breaches are going to happen. You create a model in your company, the whole company has access to it. How do you control that the data an HR person is supposed to see as a response back from an LLM is not shown to an employee? What if an employee types in, tell me what our projections for revenue is in the next year, and they're not supposed to see it, and they get it? That's what you need to control. You need to make sure the governance policies that we apply today on information, on data, is the same here and is adhered to. And this is very tricky because the most amount of data we are giving to generative AI is unstructured, and we don't know what's in there. And that's why it's extremely important to think of all these pieces. And there are some things here I have around how you can prevent this. I am at time. But I would highly recommend, because when we are working with unstructured data, we are working with generative AI platforms, we are forgetting about how we are leaking sensitive information that we won't remember. There'll be people working on projects that won't be there. They've put data into your systems you don't know. There is no tracing. There is no logs. There is no auditing half of the time. So let's make sure it's not done now. Otherwise, 10, 20 years from now, all the data that's been breached and put on the web is going to be in the models, and everyone knows everything. And that's what I had to share with you guys. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Brittany Casper, Director of Growth and Development at Prescient Security, and Sammy Chaudhry, Chief Compliance Officer and Co-founder, Prescient Security.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our session on bringing compliance into SaaS with AI and ISO 42001. My name is Brittany Casper, and I'm the Director of Growth at Prescient Security.
Hi, I'm Sammy Chaudhry, Co-founder and Chief Compliance Officer at Prescient Security. Today we're going to be talking about ISO 42001, how it relates to AI, and why it's relevant to your clients and your investors.
So let's begin with a real-world scenario. Imagine you're a product manager at an organization who uses an AI chatbot, and you've just been notified that the chatbot has been breached. So you pull together your security engineering team, and it's evident that there is no plan on how to rectify the situation. You're highly concerned about future impact. So how many of you here today feel confident that your organization would be able to navigate that type of scenario? Okay, doesn't look like too many. So Sammy's going to talk to us a little bit more about how organizations are utilizing AI today.
So AI is everywhere, and that's scary for a general public, and it could be a big money maker for enterprises. As you can see on this Gartner research quadrant on the top right corner, you got some emerging winners in winning use cases in the areas of code generation, sales and marketing automation, customer service, predictive analytics in drug discovery and fintech and other places. The CEO of Amazon recently reported that the company is saving over $260 million and thousands of hours in developer time, in infrastructure cost as well, by speeding up their code upgrade process using Amazon Q, which is an AI chatbot. You also have heard about Cosine Labs' Ginny, which is an AI software engineer, scoring really high on software engineering bench. With increased usage of AI, you have increased risks, and with increased risks, you have additional responsibilities. Now, let me present to you the AI shared responsibility model, which was introduced by the Cloud Security Alliance for generative AI applications deployed in the cloud. This introduces two unique roles. One is AI service users, and the other one is AI service providers. And additional responsibilities related to security, compliance, transparency, explainability, data quality, and others. Now, Brittany will talk to you about how ISO 42001 compliance standard can help you meet these additional responsibilities.
So if your organization is in SaaS development, then you most likely have investors. So when you're discussing topics like AI governance, risk management, or the implementation of AI, it's going to be important that those investors understand why it's important to your organization and should be implemented. So we've highlighted a few key bullets here on really how this can help safeguard both you and your investors. And so first and foremost, it's really going to help boost your trust and credibility in the market, showing that you're committed to high security standards. It's going to be giving you a competitive edge, opening the doors to larger and bigger markets, especially from a global standpoint. And you're also going to benefit from streamlined processes throughout the organization. And that's always going to be appealing to those investors who are paying close attention to the scalability and growth potential. And really, ISO 42001, it puts discipline in place so that your organization is enabled to handle the AI integrations, scale responsibly, and still meet those legal regulatory requirements. In fact, companies that don't adhere to governance standards can face penalties of up to 4% of their global revenue. Now, that's a high cost for non-compliance, which is just another example of how this framework can help turn chaos into order and discipline, all through reducing your risk. And so in today's ever and rapidly evolving tech landscape, achieving ISO 42001 certificate really becomes a strategic move for any organization who's working with AI. This is one of the pioneering standards for AI, the first of its kind from a global standpoint, specifically designed to tackle the unique challenges and complexities that AI brings. And that really sets a future precedent for the other frameworks. We can really expect that as time goes on,
we're going to be seeing these requirements become more stringent, more widespread, which is why it's so crucial for organizations to really start preparing and planning for those future impacts. In doing so, you're going to show that you're open to scalability, and it's certainly going to help secure your future success. And so now Sammy's going to talk to us a little bit more about the legal regulations that also come with ISO 42001 and AI.
Sure. So ISO 42001 standard will help you not just meet the future of AI risk, but also the legal requirements and the obligations that you have as a developer, right? And you probably have heard about the EU AI Act, which is the landmark legal framework, which will go into effect in February of 2025. And it has specific restrictions on various use cases when you're developing and deploying AI. Here in California, you have SB 1047, love it or hate it. It's going to go into an effect in some shape or form. And so complying with some of these regulations would be mandatory. Obviously, you cannot skip them. And not complying with them will have severe consequences. So when we talk about non-compliance and having AI-related incidents, there are over 3,500 AI-related incidents that are tracked right now and that are happening to developers and SaaS founders. So now, Brittany will talk to you about how ISO 42001 can be implemented to prevent and recover from AI-related incidents.
So we've created a simplistic graphic on how, at Prescient Security, we go about helping companies achieve and maintain compliance. So we've broken this down into 4 steps. The first one being get ready. This is where you could consider working with vCISOs, such as Cobalt, Eden Data, Rimatech. This phase is all about preparing you for your audit through the required documentation and evidence. From there, you can consider using a platform such as Vanta, Drata, SecureFrame. These are tools that help provide continuous monitoring, governance and risk management, and real-time compliance checks. And so then you should be ready for your audit. And so that's when you'd be working with someone like Prescient Security. And we are an accredited firm, and so we're going to be there to verify the implementation and effectiveness of your management system, ensuring that your organization is meeting all the required security standards. And so after a successful audit, you'd then be granted with your certificate, along with the release of the logo, which can further be used to showcase your commitment to security excellence in your marketing efforts. And so just wrapping us up here today, we're really highlighting the fact that ISO 42001 does become crucial for helping organizations navigate the complexities of AI. And we've talked about how it gives you that competitive edge, opens the door to further markets. And Sammy's touched on how it, with the AI responsibility model, how it helps organizations meet those obligations that come with it. And then we're breaking this down into 4 simple steps, which is ready, automate, audit, get certified. At this point, AI, it's an integral part of our world. It certainly isn't going anywhere. And ISO 42001 can really become the roadmap to help you navigate the AI integrations and implementations, which is just going to secure your future success as an organization.
All right, so if you want to find out more about how companies like Mistral AI, Google, or Casilion are complying with ISO 42001, come and see us at booth SG224. And if you are interested in contributing to the AI safety standard, we can help you join the Cloud Security Alliance program. And we can tell you how you can contribute alongside companies like Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google there as well. And hit us up on LinkedIn.
Yeah, thank you everyone for our session, and enjoy the rest of the SaaStr event.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dan O'Connell, CEO at Front.
How's everybody doing? I'm standing between you all and happy hour, so try to make you experts in change management in 10 minutes here. So my name's Dan. I'm the CEO of a business called Front. Front is a customer service platform. What's interesting about this story is this is not my first time taking over from a founder and being the new installed CEO. I did this previously at a business called TalkIQ when we were pre-revenue and had to figure out how to do product market fit. Front is a much larger business. We have almost 9,000 customers. We're near $100 million in revenue. And so there's many different things to think about in terms of change management, assimilating in. So as much as this might be about how does a CEO come into a business, think about the foundations and the cultures that are there, I think it's actually practical for many of you that might be just leaders and even managers or just getting into leadership in your career and thinking about assimilating into a new role, into a new company, and thinking about how do you actually drive that leadership. So I really have kind of 4 practical tips that we'll talk about and get into. Trying to get these slides to go forward here. If not, if that doesn't work, don't worry about it. So the first one is really about assimilating and taking a step back and listening. And I think naturally as humans, when we get into a new business or a new job, the first thing we want to go and do is actually just immediately drive change. And I think what I would encourage everyone to do is really take a step back, think about building relationships, think about assimilation, and just listen and learn. And that can be really, really hard for us as humans. As I said, we naturally want to go and drive this change. One of the ways that I did that coming into the business, I think are practical tips, is finding the OGs within a culture and a business. Who are the people that have been here for 5 years? For us at Front, we've been around for 10 years. We have probably 60 employees out of the 300 that have been with us for more than 6 years. So there's a bunch of these OGs that I wanted to listen to and understand how do they feel about change. Because the worst thing I can do going into a business is actually say this is the way that I want to go and do things or this is the way forward. So one is taking a step back, listening and learning, making those connections, understanding what is the propensity and openness to drive change. Are there going to be these natural friction points that might exist? The second piece that I would talk about is thinking about operating cadence and speed. So once it's understanding and learning, hey, is there this propensity and openness to change? And if there's not going to be friction, like how can I actually drive that? To me, I think about operating cadences as probably one of the easiest things to go and do. When I joined Front, we would forecast our business on a bi-weekly basis. I've been a CRO in past lives. I care a lot about go-to-market. So even just little things like shifting our forecasting and our meetings from bi-weekly to every Monday and doing that on a weekly basis is a little thing that doesn't take a bunch of overhead. It's really easy to implement, but actually allows us to start communicating very, very differently within the business. And so again, a lot of these changes don't have to be big new things. They don't need to be restructuring teams. They don't need to be changing projects or instilling new projects. It can be simply changing the way the business shows up and thinks about actually managing themselves. Again, just changing operating cadences. I think one of the other things that comes up, and to no surprise, is like, how do you build momentum? Again, I view any leadership position for a venture-backed company as playing in the big leagues. So many of you are probably managers or want to get into leaders. Some of you are probably CEOs or founders. You're playing in the professional sports league is the analogy that I use. High pressure jobs, again, whether you are a first-time manager or you're an executive or a founder, there are high expectations, there are high rewards. But those expectations are from employees, they're from investors, and they're from your coworkers. And I think that the biggest thing that you have to do in those positions is find the small wins and constantly celebrate the small wins that appear. So for us, it is about, we have a new focus over the past year for customer service. Every week when we do our all hands and I send out even a weekly email, it's all about celebrating the little wins that we have, whether that's a renewal, whether that's a rip and replace against one of our competitors. And again, I would encourage you, you don't have to think really, really big of how to celebrate this momentum and celebrate these wins. It can be these little things. And again, it's all about building this momentum. And I think momentum is one of those things that is incredibly hard to build. but once you have it, it's incredibly easy to continue to lean into and maintain. Again, something that I think can be overlooked. I think the fourth piece is actually taking a step back and thinking like a person and all about transparency. This is something I think gets overlooked all the time within the startup world, within businesses, is can I trust my employees and how comfortable am I to share information? Up front, we have this really unique culture. We share every piece of information about our business with our employees. We get out of our board meetings, I send out our board deck unedited to every one of our employees. That's 300 people. Most businesses don't do that. If I talk to the businesses, ask any one of their employees, they don't understand the P&L, they don't understand how much the cash position of the business, they don't understand the investment, they don't understand the forecast, you name it. This allows us to have extreme transparency in terms of helping people understand how to manage a business and why, when we're talking about change, we might be making those decisions. I think you can trust people much more than we naturally want to kind of think about it. When I first showed up, I talked about like you have this natural reaction to want to change something. One of the things I did, which I would say was a critical mistake, was say, I'm used to not sharing that board deck with every employee. Like, how can we share that information? What happens if it leaks? What happens if it shows up on social media? And so I actually said, look, we'll continue to talk about our board metrics in an all-hands meeting, but we're not going to continue to send out the email. And a friend came up to me because there was a lot of employees that were really frustrated by this change, rightfully so. And the comment that really resonated with me was, if you make a change or there's more questions that come from it, it's probably not helpful for transparency. And that statement is really, again, really resonating with me. The immediate thing that I did was, look, go back and say, we're going to continue to send that email out. I'm going to continue to share the board deck. There's no value in me trying to control that or have this nervousness around whether that information is shared. So again, these are little things where I think transparency matters. But the purpose of that story that I tell is really about being humble and willing for leaders to actually admit that there's a mistake and to go and make a quick change in course of action. And I think those are other things that we naturally just get caught up on, which is it's okay to make mistakes, admit them. You'll actually gain a ton more transparency and respect by driving that, and you can trust people. And again, we've never had a leak of information. This has never been an issue with us. And again, allows us to have, I think, some much more practical and very real conversations for how we manage the business and the opportunities ahead for us. So I'll leave you with this of like 3 main takeaways. The first one, to no surprise, like anytime you're, as I said, you're stepping into a new role or a company, don't assume anything. I have done this so many times, this mistake of going in and naturally assuming, oh, this is the way we've done something, or this information should be there. You got to get into the details. You got to take that step back, listen, learn, don't assume, ask questions, help people understand why you're asking the questions, which is to learn, so you can hopefully make better decisions and smarter decisions and avoid some of the mistakes that I have made. I think 2 is trust your gut. I live in this world now where if I think something, I have to say it out loud. And I just encourage people. I think it brings much more transparent, open conversations. It allows you to have challenging conversations in a way. If you're thoughtful of the context and tone, that's all that matters. But trust your gut. As I've gotten older, and I think as you just mature, again, as a person, I think you start to hear that intuition a little bit more, that voice in your head or that feeling. You start to realize whether something is right or wrong. Listen to it, act on it. And I think the last piece of advice I would give you, especially for founders, CEOs, I always tell people, I hope many of you aspire to run businesses or be founders. It's the most fun job in the world. I actually feel less stressed in this role than I do in other roles, like CRO roles that I've had in the past. And that comes down to the belief that I can do things my way. Sounds a little bit controlling, but what it means is like I have the empowerment to go and act on the things that I want to act on, and there's this incredible surface area to do that. Somebody also told me this really nice statement, which was, you should make your job the job that you want it to be. And that really stuck with me because it demonstrated that every one of us is in roles. Some of you might have a number of reporting layers, but that doesn't stop you from doing this, which is you have your responsibilities. You should view those responsibilities as a blank check in a field to go and operate and execute on them. And if you have ideas, you should share them. But again, do things the way that you want to do them. And again, if you're a founder or CEO, ultimately you're going to be the one accountable for it. I never want to look back and say, oh, I wish I had acted on that. So my passing words were that. Hopefully I've got 2 seconds left here. You've got some practical tips, and I look forward to meeting you if you're around the rest of the day today or tomorrow. Thank you.